All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to get started. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. If you're at home or in the chambers, my name is Devin T. Murphy. I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I now call the regular city council meeting of March 21st, 2023 to order. Our next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2 of the agenda, we have our land acknowledgement. And I read, before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Thank you. Next on our agenda tonight is item number 3, which is roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, if you will.
Thank you. Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on March 17th at 1 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting and have been distributed to the council, posted to the website, and made available at the back of the chambers. Supplemental materials for item 12A were also distributed and made available to the public. And finally, does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Okay, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Item number 4 is the next item, and that is to convene to a closed session. Citizens may address the council regarding a closed session item prior to the council adjourning into closed session. So I will ask for public comment after reading what our closed session item is, which is a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are City Attorney Eric Kasher and Human Resources Director Stacey Shell. The unrepresented employee is our city clerk. And City Clerk, Madam City Clerk Bell, do we have any public comment?
No public comments.
Right, thank you. Not seeing any public comments. We will convene to a closed session and come back no later than 6 p.m. Thank you. Right, we're ready. Wonderful. Good evening, everyone, both virtually and also here in chambers. The Pinole City Council will now reconvene back to our open session. We did have closed session and there is no reportable action for this evening. So we will continue on to move down to item number 6, which is citizens to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers this evening for our first portion of citizens to be heard?
Yes, thank you. In person, we have Danielle Hall and Rafael Menes.
Good evening, council. I am coming, I'm a resident of Pinole Valley, Pinole. Good evening, I'm a resident of Pinole, and I'm here, I'm a resident as of 21, the last 21 years. And I own my home, which is near Pinole Valley Eucalyptus Groves, and that was built nearly 100 years ago. Please note, these are probably the oldest trees in Pinole at this time. And these trees are near my home, and they have probably been trimmed maybe once or twice in the last 5 years. And that was around that was actually about 5 years ago now. Now the weather has changed, as we all know, and that has been more flooding and extremely high winds. And because of the lack of maintenance, these trees have grown to become a safety hazard. I am asking the city council to prioritize these trees. I have reached out to our public works department and told them I would have no problem supporting them and trying to get this done. They did let me know that they had called an arborist out. However, that has been some time ago and there's nothing has happened to no avail at this point. I know they also talked about Hercules tree cutting service. And I also suggested them possibly if they could get, maybe get some more quotes outside of the Pinole or Hercules area. Here I have some pictures of my home, if I'm able to give them to you guys. And I've circled where my house is and taken pictures so you can kind of get a view. The pictures that I'm giving you are from 2018 up to present today. It's not that I don't love the trees. I think they're an important part of our historical part, Pinole Valley, and I think they make a beautiful scenery. I love them, I do. There's birds in there and everything. However, it's become a matter of family safety now. And my home is important and I need it. And my family is in that house. It's come to the point that we prefer to stay at the front end of the home opposed to the back end of the home because the trees are very large. These trees are at least more than 100 to 200 feet tall. And given the fact that my house is a 2-story home, as you see the pictures there, but the trees are like another 2 stories. As these trees age, they become diseased and they also become, they become more weak, so, I'm asking if you guys can just trim them. I know I don't want the arborist to take them away, but I would really love if you guys could at least trim the trees. Hopefully I don't have a problem working with the city to get this done. I'm a citizen and I want to keep my city up and running. And I love this city and I've been here a while. It's just safety has become to the point where I have to come to council. I called for months before I came here, but I appreciate your time and I thank you guys and I hope we can get something done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if you're able and willing, please fill out a yellow card and put your contact information so we can get back to you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good evening. Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And there's two items I'd like to talk about at this point tonight. The first being our current rate of COVID-19 in the city. And the second being the IPCC's recently released summary report on climate change. First, COVID. While we may be out of the pandemic stage, we are still in an endemic stage, and COVID-19 continues to exist and spread within the city of Pinole. As of the latest data, the cases over the last 14 days in Pinole per 100,000 is 145.4, which is the sixth highest rate overall in the county, slightly below Richmond and above Hercules, San Paulo, El Cerrito, and so on. Generally speaking, to my understanding, it's best to wear masks out of doors at rates above 100 per 100,000 in a community, and indoors at rates above 50 per 100,000. And I would note again that it is possible to reach at and below these levels. Danville, for example, is currently at 51.7 per 100,000. Bryan, Crockett, and Knightson are all at 0 cases over the last 14 days per 100,000. So it's possible to get down to that level, but right now we're not there. Secondly, I'd like to draw everybody's attention to the just released AR6 synthesis report by the IPCC on climate change, because it brings up several critical points that we need to consider as a city and as a community in dealing with the climate emergency. One point that I want to flag for everybody is point B3. Some future changes are unavoidable and or irreversible, but can be limited by deep, rapid, and sustained global greenhouse gas emission reductions. The likelihood of abrupt and or irreversible changes increases with higher global warming levels. Similarly, the probability of low likelihood outcomes associated with potentially very large adverse impacts increases with higher global warming levels. High confidence. So the rain we're having today in particular, you might think, oh, it's just another atmospheric river or it's rain coming down from Alaska. No, this is actually a new sort of rain. It's coming in from a bomb cyclone off of the Pacific coast, with winds in some of the mountains today reaching as high as 80 miles per hour. In the future, if we don't take steps to mitigate climate change, extreme events like this will become more frequent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menace. Do we have any other public comments from the public?
No, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. We will close the first section of citizens to be heard to go on to the next item on the agenda, which is reports and communications. I'll start off with the mayor's report for this evening. I want to again welcome everybody to the city of Pinole. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of the work that folks are doing on this council. And one of the things I wanted to report back to this council about was our Civic Well Policymakers Conference that I attended this week. This past weekend, there was the, I believe, 32nd annual Civic Wells Policy Conference. Council, you may remember that in January, we became a member of Civic Well, which is a statewide organization that involves policy development assistance, technical assistance to apply for grants, as well as workshops to support council as well as city staffs for a myriad of issues. And so I believe over 50 leaders came together this weekend to talk about many issues, but one of the major issues from this conference involved energy storage, and especially for communities impacted by power outages, as well as wildfire mitigation. These two issues are certainly connected to many communities in Pinole. And so I look forward to working with our city staff as well as Civic Well to provide more resources for both our community, but also ourselves as a council in terms of addressing and hopefully providing support for our residents on these two issues. In that same regard, I joined Congressman John Garamendi this past week for a tour of a few sites in Contra Costa County. And those sites were businesses who were participating and supporting homes and businesses and supplying them with energy storage. We will continue to work with the congressman as well as MCE Clean Energy as well as all city officials to ensure we prioritize this in our next year. We do have a few projects on our capital improvement plan around energy storage, but we are going to ensure that we prioritize partnerships to expedite this process. So looking forward to that. And of course, I always want to thank folks for your feedback and for sharing and watching with your neighbors and friends. My mayoral updates. Every month we provide as a city a mayor update for our residents to hear what's going on. This evening, we also have that queued up. So if Pinole Television can cue that up. Hello, I'm Devin T. Murphy, mayor of this beautiful city, Pinole. It was so nice to see so many of you at Station 74 for the reactivation and ribbon cutting ceremony. Pinole Fire is officially operating under the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, or CON Fire. Reopening Fire Station 74 is a big deal. Here's why. Number one, you asked for it and we delivered. At City Hall, we love hearing from you about the issues that matter most to you, and most importantly, delivering the solutions that make you and your families' lives easier and safer. Number two, it's located in a very high fire hazard severity zone, so the presence of an engine crew with a wildland fire engine will shorten response times to area wildfires and improve safety for all residents. And lastly, number three, this change will bring more improvements to the fire and emergency medical services provided by both Station 73 and Station 74. As your mayor, safety and the protection of our environment is important to me. There are many other projects and investments underway in our beautiful town. Have you heard about Vista Woods, the brand new affordable senior apartment complex being built at 600 Roble Avenue, right off of San Pablo Avenue? If you've gone by the area recently, you can easily see the progress. Construction is 40% complete, the foundation and podium are fully poured, and the leasing agency is targeting first units to be available in January of 2024. This project is a $31 million investment in Pinole with 179 100% affordable housing units. If you're interested, you can sign up on the Vista Woods interest list at www.vistawoodsenior.com. Another big project that's underway is Appian Village on 2151 Appian Way, across from Pinole Middle School and West County Mandarin School. Demolition has nearly completed, clearing the property of the previous hospital structures. Grading improvements will be next. Construction is starting in late summer of this year, and the developer is also working with PG&E for their review of the future electric infrastructure. That's right. Appian Village is an all-electric project with no gas infrastructure. The Appian Village project will provide 8 for-sale units of housing for low-income households and 23 units of for-sale housing for moderate-income households. Once the project is completed, there will be a total of 154 beautiful units of condominium housing right here in Pinole, another $62 million investment to our community. In May, you'll see a new 7-Eleven on Appian Way. And for all you shoppers out there, Nordstrom Rack is coming to Pinole in November, next to Home Goods, which came to Pinole late last year where Toys R Us used to be. Thank you to our incredible community development team and all of our city partners for creating a more thriving community for all Pinoleans. Hey, don't forget about community events. They're a great way to celebrate, and spring is right around the corner. On March 25th, the city of Pinole will host its annual Easter egg hunt extravaganza at Fernandez Park. You may also want to save the date for the first ever Pinole Earth Walk. This will take place on Saturday, April 22nd, and I hope to see you and your families there. Last thing I want to share is that we will be issuing proclamations for Developmental Disability Awareness Month. Women's History Month, International Women's Day, and American Red Cross Month during our next council meeting. We recognize the common thread that links these proclamations together, which is the celebration of tremendous achievements by those facing adversity. They remind us that we must continuously strive to help each other through our own actions, policies, and practices. I plan on keeping you updated on the Beat of Pinole each month. You can follow our progress on social media and the city's website. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much, Pinole Television, and thank you to our city staff for making these videos and improving our communications. We are so thankful for your service and for your work. And that concludes my mayor's report for this evening. All right, item number 7B is mayor and council appointments. We do have one appointment for this evening, which is for our Community Services Commission. Madam City Clerk Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a brief staff report to provide some background for this item this evening. So this item is to basically this relates to a Community Services Commission appointment. The recommendation from staff is approval of the recommendation or consideration of the recommendation of the Community Services Commission Interview Subcommittee to make an appointment to the Community Services Commission by minute order. So just some background, the Community Services Commission is comprised of 7 members who must be Pinole residents. The commission serves in an advisory capacity to the City Council in matters pertaining to public recreation, parks, arts, and cultural activities, historical and community services. Let's see. Historical activities, public access television activities, senior and youth activities, and community services. The commission reviews and recommends policies and procedures governing recreation, park, and community services for approval by the City Council. Maintains relationships with schools, community, and civic organizations, advocates for recreation and community services for the community, and collaborates with civic clubs, nonprofit organizations, and citizen groups to provide funds, property, and/or volunteerism for the development and operation of parks and recreation facilities. So the Community Services Commission meets monthly on the 4th Wednesday of the month at 5 p.m. and they typically serve a term of 2 years. There is currently 1 vacant seat of the Community Services Commission. Several announcements were made to the public that recruitment was open and applications would be accepted by the Office of the City Clerk. 1 new application was received by Irma Ruport. The interview subcommittee, which consists of Councilmember Tave and Councilmember Sasai, convened on March 1st, of this year, conducted an interview of Ms. Ruport and are now recommending that the council appoint her for a term of 2 years to expire on March 21st, 2025. So at this time, I can turn it over to the interview subcommittee if you'd like to go ahead and make comments.
Thank you. Councilor Sasai.
Sure. Ms. Rupert has lived in this community, and we love to see commissioners who, have lived here and bring in that special insight and unique insight to how to better Pinole. And in the case of Ms. Rupert too, very glad to see somebody applying for this position who's highly engaged in our city council activities. So very excited to see what she'll bring to the commission and very glad to recommend her for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sasai. Councilor Tave.
I concur.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from council members? All right, would anyone like to make a motion?
Oh, actually, we do have a public comment.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
So Rafael Menes here in person.
I just want to take a moment here to say my personal praise for Irma Ruport. I think she would make an excellent community service commissioner based on her past work in the community. And based on my personal experience working within the commission and the goals that it does, I think that she has the necessary stamina, drive, and vision to be a significant contribution to the commission, and I think would benefit the city to have her on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menace. Are there any other comments from the public? on this
No.
item?
No, there are no more public comments.
Great, thank you so much. Going back to council, are there any comments or motions that council like to make about this appointment?
Motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, wonderful. Any other comments from council? Not seeing none. Madam City Clerk, the roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
thank you. That concludes item 7B for this evening, which is mayor and council appointments. That takes us to city council committee reports and communications. We'll start off with Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Thank you. I attended the MCE board meeting last week, and a couple of highlights. The board approved the fiscal year 23-24 budget, which is an $816 million budget. Also notable, as we're discussing electrification of new construction, is that there's currently a backlog of 212 gigawatts of energy to get interconnected by PG&E. They're looking at the reasons for that could be are described as market conditions versus PG&E upgrades that need to be made to their infrastructure. We should be on the lookout for legislation to try to move that needle. And then another notable item is that since the pandemic, there has been $19 million in customer debt relief since the beginning of the pandemic for MCE customers. So that's on the MCE. I attended the Cal Cities Housing Policy Committee meeting last week, and notable, there's a number of housing bills that the committee is going to be taking a look at, and several of the bills, including one that related to making affordable housing on privately owned school property and churches approved by right. The committee was unable to make a recommendation either for or against. I think we did 5 rounds of trying to move with a recommendation, and it just kind of shows how controversial these items are, where the state, state legislators are working to, make housing easier, but it's at the risk of making cities not have any say in, future development in their areas. So there will be much more to come on housing policies. And then the other item, I just would note that, we've had a couple of weeks of severe weather, and I have received a number of calls regarding trees, either owned by private citizens or trees that are owned by the city. And I am happy that, city staff is taking a careful look at that. And then I have also received a number of complaints about, potholes, and I think it would be good for the weekly newsletter that goes out. If I believe that there's an email that people can email to identify where there are some significant potholes, either a phone number or an email. If we could include that this week in the newsletter, I would appreciate that. And I know a lot of citizens would too. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Councilor Sasai.
None for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. On Friday, the 17th, there was a meeting of the Cal Cities Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee. I am on that, have been serving for at least 4 years now. And this time around, we are continuing to work on one of the advocacy priorities of Cal Cities, which is to safeguard essential local revenues, support fiscal sustainability. So those of us on the committee consider that it is an overarching committee. In other words, a number of the services that are addressed or reviewed or studied by the other committees require to a great extent the taxation and the revenue that come to city. Otherwise, we don't necessarily receive the funding and or the services that residents are accustomed to. And so towards the effort of safeguarding revenues, there has been a group composed of city managers statewide and members of the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee. I'm there as an ex officio member and have learned very much from the city managers as to how they think through the kinds of legislation that is proposed statewide relative to their respective cities. Towards safeguarding revenues, therefore, one of the efforts that has been ongoing as recently as recently we're going back 2017, is to take a look at the allocation of online and remote sales tax revenues. In other words, with the increase in e-commerce and the increase in shopping online, the question becomes how much and who receives the taxes that are generated with those online sales. If you shop online in the comfort of your home in Pinole, it's not always the case that the city of Pinole receives the taxes that are levied on the items that you purchase. It depends on the amount, it depends on the type of item, and it depends on where the item is stored. So the city manager sales tax working group has been taking a look at a number of issues associated with that. They just launched a statewide survey related to sales tax sharing agreements, which are agreements between cities and companies as to what extent, what percentage, if at all, the revenue that is generated per those sales goes to the local city or to the corporation. So that's something that is of interest to the group. And City of Pinole will be responding via our city manager so that it can inform what direction that working group will take and then report back to the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee. We also received an update on the current attempt at studying a proposed piece of legislation, AB 362, which is taking a look at real property taxation in contrast to a different kind of taxation system, which is based on land value. What that all means is the proposal is to have the state study this by January of 2025. So be on the lookout in the news and otherwise about this concept that is an alternative to how taxation currently exists, especially if you're a property owner. Okay, something else that's happening more locally this coming Saturday, the 25th, there will be another monthly cleanup, and you are welcome and invited to join Pinole Creek Allies, meet Pinole Creek Allies and the Pinole Valley High School Earth Team. You can meet at the Henry Avenue by the bridge over Pinole Creek. And from 10 to 12 will be the cleanup. Just bring your shoes that you're willing to get dirty, gloves if you have them, and there will be snacks and treats for you. And then from 12 to 1, there will be a demonstration on water quality monitoring. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. Councilor Tay?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up Senate Bill 691 regarding dyslexia and early detection. And I think once we get to the request for future agenda items, hoping that we can bring that back for council. And just as public information, about 10% of our population has dyslexia and sometimes goes undetected for quite some time, leading to literacy problems. Being that this touched my family twice, I know that what it's like to go through this process of diagnosing, and I think that this is a good Senate bill and bring it to the public to be aware of, because it does affect the learning process as students are more and more taken out of class for special classes or for the IEP plans that the school would initiate. But this is to make sure there's a universal screening process early so that students, this is caught early and the adjustments can be made. So yeah, just, that was what I wanted to report today. Other than that, I don't have anything to report, but I'd like to get to the future agenda items to see if we can get that, heard.
Great, thank you, Counselor Tate. Are there any public comments on item 7A or 7C, mayor's reports of the city council reports?
No public comment.
Okay, so we'll go to item 7D, which is council request for future agenda items. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
I have no items.
Counselor Tate,
Yeah, I'd like to bring back a resolution supporting Senate Bill 691.
okay. Is that fine for all folks? Great, not seeing any opposition, there's consensus. Did you get that, City Clerk Bell?
Just looking for verbal consensus, maybe.
All right, all those in favor,
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
yes,
Yes,
wonderful, thank you. Any other items, Counselor Tate?
I think a while back, we had committed a committee to the PLA and approving a PLA for a project labor agreement and providing some parameters for that. I'd like to bring that back to council at a date certain. So I'm looking for city staff to give us a deadline. We did have a committee, but I think the language is something that we could work on and just bring that back as an item to be moved.
Okay, you said a date certain, I didn't hear the date though.
Looking for staff in the next month or 2 months to get back with us with a date.
But for a committee meeting or?
No, I'd actually like to make a motion and vote on it.
Okay, but can you give us a date as to when you'd like this to come back to council for the motion?
I won't say our next meeting, the meeting after.
Has the committee met?
No, we haven't.
Shouldn't we do that first?
Actually, I'd like to move on the language we had before.
Okay. So within 2 months, I'm hearing.
Right.
Okay. Would that be fine for staff
So in the interim,
before
I
we make the
mean,
motion?
I'm not sure if we could need to bring that back, and discuss whether we need a committee or not for it.
Okay.
So I don't think we have any draft language to bring back, but we could certainly craft something. I mean, there were a couple of, when we had this item before, there were a couple models that were suggested. I don't know how consistent they are.
Right.
So I think the city staff could put together a proposed citywide PLA. I don't know that in my time here, we've come across this procedural issue where the city council has already established a committee to work on this topic. And now so I don't know if
So if I
how
remember,
those things work.
if I remember correctly, it was, we instructed the city staff to contact, building trades to develop some draft language. The committee was going to meet, and then we were going to bring that back to council. And during that time, we haven't gotten to that point, but that's how I recall it. And I was the chair of that committee, so it's kind of like, I think at this point, we just want some language to come back so that we can have a discussion and possibly take action.
So future action for a PLA agreement by the end of May. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second for that? Oh, of course, Mayor
Clarify
Pro Tem
something.
Tom.
I thought I was on that committee too, or we just haven't met.
That's correct.
And I
Well-
think the next step would be to meet because it's really hard to negotiate an agreement here at the dais without having it go through a committee first.
Agreed, but there's, as the city manager mentioned, there's nothing to talk about. So I think by setting a date certain, we can get those gears turning.
Mhm. Well, let's do this. Let's vote on the motion at least. And if there's a second first, and then if it does need to go back to committee, we can send it back to the committee.
Not go back, go to. We've never met.
Okay,
no-
so go to committee. We can send it to committee, but at least we'll have that discussion as a council. Is that what you're asking for, Counselor Tate?
Yeah.
Great. Is there a second to that motion?
Well, I have a question about. the
Of course,
motion, if
sure.
possible. So setting the date certain means that this would go to committee first before coming to the council, or would it just be a discussion on the PLA?
Right,
and
so
then
the
straight to the
The
council?
timeline I see is that city staff would reach out to, I believe it was Bill Whitney, right, building trade. Develop some language that I think was submitted. There was a document submitted, but there was a question as to, I think there was several things that came up. One of which was, representation, and I think Councilmember Martinez Rubin brought that up. There was a lot of, layers to that, setting a dollar threshold. There were dimensions to it that the committee was going to take up. I think that if the city manager reaches out to Bill gets the language, we can convene a meeting of the committee and then kind of hash through what that might look like and bring it back to council at the end of May.
All right,
I will second the motion.
all right. Any questions?
Yes, please review the motion again.
Absolutely. Can you repeat your motion or
So-
city? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, just, I'd like to motion to bring back, the PLA discussion and action, and a date certain, towards the end of May.
City Clerk Bell, was that recorded?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions on the motion?
Just a comment.
Okay,
I'm going to vote no on this because we're already in the process. We've already approved going through a committee and it's really hard to go to a committee and then, it will come to the council when it's ready.
okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Of course, City Manager.
I've heard two things that I think are different. I'm not clear
Me too.
what's being proposed. One is the committee process is set aside and we're just gonna bring this item to the city council without going through the committee versus we're going to work through the committee process. It doesn't change the date certain. So I think it would be good to clarify which of those we're proposing. I will note that the building trades did have a model, but during that conversation, other specific examples were mentioned as models. I think they mentioned El Cerrito, perhaps Martinez and West County Wastewater was having, so I don't know if those are all the same or not. So I don't think that we left that conversation agreeing that we were going to work on just what, base it just on what the building trades provided. I think the the committee was going to look at those different examples, all of which were mentioned, and come back to council with specific recommendation. So I think
Thank you.
either of those processes will work. I just want to know for staff's needs, whether you're saying it just comes back without working through the committee process, or you do want us to work through the committee.
Yeah, Counselor Tape, can you clarify the motion?
Yeah, I
What's your
think
intent?
working through the committee process would be great. I just think that we need to have a date certain so that there's a timeline associated with that.
Wonderful.
I think we haven't had any discussion, or I haven't had any discussion yet with staff or Mayor Pro Tem Tom's. And I think that by us setting a date would help drive that conversation a little bit more.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes,
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
No,
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Any other items, Counselor Tape?
That's it.
All right, Counselor Martinez Rubin.
thank you. I would like to request the council support to have May be proclaimed as Mental Health Awareness Month.
Absolutely. Any objections? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other items?
No.
Thank you. All right, Counselor Sasai.
Mayor, I'm just going to ask for a
Yes.
verbal affirmation just for
I
the remote
will-
meeting.
I will do a vote instead, City Clerk Bell, because I think that's probably
you, s-
preferred. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Can you?
You want me to call the
Call the
roll?
roll, yep, for that
Well,
item.
let's do a motion in a second. And
All
then
right,
we'll
there's a
call-
motion by by Counselor Martinez Rubin and a second by Mayor Murphy.
Perfect. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes,
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
yes.
Mayor Murphy, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, thank you.
Any other items, Counselor Martinez Rubin?
thank you. No.
All right, Counselor Sasai.
Yes. I'd like to request a presentation from the California Department of Housing and Community Development on the HCD Pro Housing Designation Program.
All right, I'll second that. Is there any questions on that? All right, City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll for that item or for that motion?
Well, I can do a verbal affirmation or a motion, and then I'll call the roll.
There's a motion and a second by. Mayor
I'm sorry, I
Murphy.
missed it. My apologies. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes,
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
and Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Any other items, Counselor Sasai?
No, thank you.
All right, I just have two items. One is a resolution in support of partnership for the 2023 Contra Costa County and Inflation Reduction Act Conference being hosted by Diablo Valley College and Contra Costa College on May 18th for 2023. The request is that this be added at a meeting in April because the conference is in May. you have a second?
Second.
All right. Any questions?
Pardon me, Mayor Murphy, that was a long statement you made there. What was the beginning of it?
Yeah, so I was moving to have a resolution and support, or have the council consider a resolution in support and partnership of the 2023 Contra Costa County and the Inflation Reduction Act Conference that is being hosted and sponsored by Diablo Valley College as well as Contra Costa College on May 18th, 2023 from 8:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.
Thank you.
All right. There's a motion and a second. City Clerk Bell, please call it.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, and the second and last is just a resolution as well as an addendum of a letter to write to our state legislators on transportation equity and funding.
I will second.
All right, thank you. Any questions? City Clerk Bell, there's a motion and a second.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries.
great, thank you. 7E is the city manager's report and department staff report.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. If I may, I wanted to provide an update on a future agenda item.
City Manager Murray, I apologize. I'm moving a bit quickly today. City Clerk Bell and Deputy City Clerk Stone, are there any public comments from for item 7D?
There are no public comments.
Okay, I'm getting antsy. I like a Nowruz celebration. So City Manager Murray, I apologize for interrupting you.
No problem. Thank you. I want to report out on a previously approved council request for a future agenda item. The city council requested, approved a future agenda item for a presentation by the Vision Zero Network. And city staff has reached out to them. They're politely declined the invitation, so we're not scheduling that. And I wanted the public and the city council to know. Looking ahead, as was already mentioned, this coming Saturday, our annual Easter celebration extravaganza, hoping to see lots of members of the community at that. We have a special city council meeting coming up next week, which is a joint meeting with the Planning Commission. We're going to be addressing 4 different business items, an overview of the city land use policy and regulation baseline documents, an update on the most significant new state housing laws, an update on the status of the various private development projects that are happening in the city, and an update on the status of the updates to our general plan elements that we're working on, including the housing element and what programs that will be included in our updated housing elements that will help streamline the creation of new housing. So we're having that special council meeting, joint meeting next week. And then our next regular council meeting is on April 4th. And some items that we will have at that meeting include a formal transfer of command recognition ceremony between Pinole Fire Department Chief Winecoop and Con Fire. We'll have a contract for city council's consideration to transition to a new website content management system that'll really improve the usability and features of our city website. We'll have an update on our city park maintenance activities. We're anticipating having the first read, the introduction of an ordinance that will change the start time of regular city council meetings per the discussion of that matter at the last council meeting. And we'll also have the housing element adoption, and finally a discussion and council direction on a potential June 2023 Pinole civic anniversary and LGBTQ pride event. Those are the items that we're anticipating for the next council meeting. And finally, before we go, the city council had asked staff to report out at the last council meeting of each month on our road repair work. We did not do any crack sealing or asphalt patching or striping over the course of the past month because of the weather, but we did fill, the crews did fill 80 potholes. Many of those were in the area of Pinole Valley Road and I-80, the on-ramps and off-ramps there, which are heavily used. A number of potholes on Terra Hills, Pinole Shores, San Pablo, of course, places where there's lots of traffic. And then near Ellerhorst and on some residential streets, Deutsch, Wright, Seamus, Kildare, and others. So a lot of activity as Mayor Pro Tem Tom's suggested we'll include in the next biweekly administrative report an additional blurb and highlight of the contact information where members of the public can let us know about potholes they see. They're particularly prevalent in rainy weather because that destabilizes the roadway. And that's the conclusion of my report this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Can you also give us an update on the tree? I know you sent an update to the council, but it may help the
Yes,
on that update. as
thank
well.
you. So as you know, we have two unmaintained city open spaces that are populated with eucalyptus trees. One is behind Pinole Valley Road and Samuel Street, but I think the public speaker mentioned earlier. We also have one behind up off of Primrose behind Pinole Park. The city has had an expert consulting arborist go and assess the risk of the trees at the grove near Pinole Grove Senior Housing. And they have been scheduled to perform trimming and cutting work there for now for more than a couple months, but they haven't been able to do that because they can't work if it's windy and they can't work if it's rainy. But if the weather remains not too windy or rainy, we're expecting them to begin that work behind Pinole Grove Senior Housing on around April 4th. So just a couple of weeks from now, which is great. We're having the same firm, SBCA Consulting Arborist, do an assessment of all of the eucalyptus trees in the area behind Primrose. They will start that work next Monday, and they should have a report to us within 2 weeks. After they're done doing the treatments of the trees up behind Pinole Grove Senior Housing, they'll move over and do the treatments of the trees up off of Primrose. So again, weather permitting, we're hoping to have the work behind Pinole Grove begun around April 4th, and then soon thereafter, the work behind Primrose. City staff has been looking for multiple bids from various contractors, has been looking far and wide to find a firm that can do this work. All the firms are backlogged as a result of the severe storms that we've been having now for months. And so Hercules Tree Service continues to be the firm. That's the one we originally planned to work with and is still the one that is able to do the work most quickly. So we have created communication distribution groups for the residents that have contacted us about concern in those two areas, and we'll be sharing updates with them soon, including the member of the public that made comment this evening.
Thank you. Any questions? Counselor Tate?
And they can't do the work during the rain and wind because of safety, right? Like it's a safety.
Yeah, correct.
So even if they were to right now, they're basically handling everything that may have fallen or, right, they're not going to be up 200 feet in the air.
Right. I mean, and just quite literally, the trees are moving. It's hard for them to get the equipment up there to work on the trees because the trees are moving around. It's unsafe.
Got it. Okay.
Counselor Martinez Rubin?
Thank you. City Manager, you mentioned something that makes me think of the different categories of services that the city has. Unmaintained open space makes me also think about maintained open space. And if there's such a thing, such an area, if there's a difference, why one area would be not maintained and another one maintained. So can you help me understand that? And also for members of the public to get a sense of what are areas that are regularly maintained, if they fall under open space, or are there usual recreation areas that we know as parks or otherwise? Thank you.
Sure. So the city doesn't have an entirely consistent system for categorizing its various park and public spaces. That's one thing that we will get to and better define as a result of the Parks Master Plan we're going to be working on. We have traditionally had certain public spaces in the city-owned land that is open space and that it's not developed, but that the city does not actively maintain. That relates to some liability issues. So you might consider them passive recreation areas as opposed to developed recreation areas. Some of them are not very easily accessed, but the Eucalyptus Grove behind Pinole Senior Housing, Pinole Grove Senior Housing, and off of Primrose are two examples of what we call unmaintained. The city is not going up there and cutting the brush. We're not trimming the trees. If there's a pressing safety issue, then we'll go and do the maintenance. And so again, that's just a different type of recreation. as a result of, as we go through the Parks Master Plan process, we will look again at those areas to determine whether we want to further develop them and make them actively maintained and install amenities.
Thank you. I think one key thing that I heard there, and I hope the public as well, is that although there may be processes, plans, master plans, et cetera, that the city and city staff put together, if there is a pressing safety issue, then there can be attention given to those areas. So it's not like we are going to be waiting for a consultant agreement to be put into place before something happens, so that if there is a safety concern, we do not want to be in a position as a city to be liable for the public's.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And I mean, the city is making, I think, an appropriate investment in bringing in a firm with the highest level of expertise to appropriately assess the risk, so that we can make sure that we're addressing the trees that are of greatest concern, any trees that really are that are of concern.
Thank you.
City Manager Murray. Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. Are there any other questions from the council? All right, not seeing any. Do we have any public comments on this item? Thank
Yes,
you.
we do have one online. Irma Report.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Thank you. Mayor, I missed two comments on 7B and 7D. Can I make them now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, quickly. My name is Irma Rupert. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for appointing me to the Community Services Commission. I've lived to row 40 years, and I look forward to being positive and making changes out in the community for betterment for all of us. And I hope to be out there and making a difference. Okay, thank you. And on 7D, I'd like to mention that we are very, very in need of a grant writer. If we could do a report or communication, bring a grant writer in. I know the city of San Pablo is currently hiring a grant writer who's gotten at least $11 million for the city in the past. We are losing out, Mayor. So can we future either the report or communications to the public that we are being very proactive on these grants? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And congratulations again, Ms. Rupert. Thank you for your service to Pinole. Any other public comments on item 7E?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. Thank you so much, City Manager Murray. And we have our last item, which is 7F, under reports and communication. City Attorney Casher.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you all for your patience on that one. We are now moving on to item 8, which is recognitions, proclamations, presentations, and community events. 8A1 is a Nowruz proclamation. This evening we have Mayor Emeritus Vincent Salimi, who will be receiving this proclamation. And of course, we want to, as a council, as he knows, we have a tradition that we started about reading proclamations together. So we'll read the proclamation, and Mayor Emeritus Salimi, please go to the podium and we will begin. All right. Day of Nowruz, March 20th, 2023. Whereas Nowruz in Persian means new day, marks the vernal equinox and the beginning of spring, and is also about celebrating renewal, connecting with loved ones, and honoring nature. And
whereas Nowruz begins precisely at the vernal equinox on the first day of spring, usually March 20th or 21st, when the days and nights are equal lengths, with days then becoming longer significantly the arrival of warmer weather. And whereas this year Nowruz fell on Monday, March 20th, 2023, and
whereas Nowruz is the beginning of the year for the people of Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Iran, Tajikistan, and a few of the Asian republics of the former Soviet Union. It is also celebrated as a new year by people descended from Persian and Iranian ancestors. The Kurds in Georgia, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey celebrate Nowruz as a New Year festival. Many communities where people from these countries have settled also join in the celebrations. And
Whereas it is a time of great joy and family celebrations that are shared by people of all faiths in many countries and traces its history back through the centuries to the ancient Mesopotamian civilization and the Persian Empire. And whereas it is mankind's oldest known holiday and is still celebrated by more than 300 million people around the world. It celebrates the triumph of hope over despair and promotes values of peace and solidarity between generations and within families. And
Whereas Nowruz is also a celebration of humanity's rich cultural heritage and diversity, a chance for all of us to be guided by its values of peace, dialogue, and solidarity, to reaffirm our commitment to human rights and dignity, to promote mutual respect and reconciliation, to protect the planet and live in harmony with nature. And whereas Nowruz is the messenger of better, brighter days ahead, and a reminder of what connects Pinole as a community. And
Now therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, Contra Costa, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim March 20th, 2023 as Day of Nowruz in the City of Pinole, and encourages all citizens to choose hope and compassion, embrace the opportunities that lie ahead, and work together to build a more peaceful, sustainable, and inclusive world for all. Happy Nowruz, everyone. And of course, we have Mayor Emeritus Salimi here, who also started this, who had the first proclamation. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City staff, member of the audience, Sodeno Mobarak, which in Farsi means Happy New Year. My name is Vincent Salimi. I'm a former mayor of the city of Pinole. I'm also the newly appointed airport commissioner at the Board of Supervisors. And I'll be also representing the city of Pinole. And I've also been reached out by the French government to work on the international sanction against Russia and Iran recently. On behalf of the Iranian American community in Pinole, in the county, in the state, and in the country, I would like to thank you for recognizing Nowruz. I also would like to thank City Clerk Bell, Assistant City Clerk Stone, and Olivia. Yesterday, I reached out to Mr. Pakpour, who will be playing the violin in a few minutes, and I told him I needed his help to come with a table of half scene, which is displayed outside. And at 4 o'clock, he told me it's almost impossible. And within 10 minutes, he was able to find people who could set up that table for us. And I also would like to thank Miss Rahimpour and Miss Nuri, who set up that beautiful table for us. Nowruz has been celebrated for over 3,000 years. It's one of the oldest mankind holidays, and it's not about religion, it's not about politics. It's just about celebration of life. As you said, it marks the beginning of springs. It's the beginning of life. And it's celebrated by over 300 million people in the world. Last year, if you remember, the first city council that we had in person was on the same day that we initiated Nowruz in the city of Pinole. So the end of the pandemic officially ended and the beginning of everything started on Nowruz of 2022 here in the city of Pinole. So I'm happy that you recognize Nowruz as a tradition because it's the beginning for all of us of something great. As I said, Nowruz is a celebration of life. Nowruz is a celebration of our differences. Our differences make us stronger. We might look different. We may have different opinions. But at the end, we are very, very similar. And this is what Nowruz is about. It's about sharing, loving, and caring about each other. Sodeno Mobarak. Merci.
Thank you. So if council would join me and of course, delivering this to our Mayor Emeritus Salimi and anyone who would like to join us at the podium. Feel
Thank
free
you.
to.
Anybody who celebrates Nowruz or anybody who would like to join me, I'll be happy to see them on the podium, please.
Absolutely. And we will have public comments, so I'll ask the city clerk, if you haven't filled out a form, please do, a yellow card, please do so after you make public comment. But we'll take public comments. We'd love to have any members of the public speak or give performances, which is wonderful. So we'll start, yes, we'll start with our violinist.
So we have two public comments, and Mr. Parker is one of them, and he's gonna be playing the violin for you. Who would like the speeches first?
I did not realize that he had a card in. Excuse me. Yes, Mr. Parkport. What is your first name, sir?
Hushang.
Thank you.
This is Hushang Pakpur, and per Mayor Salimi's wishes, I'm going to play 3 minutes only. I choose a piece, a little piece of the very famous song that says, "The blossom start dancing because they're smelling spring is coming. Blossom start dancing because they're smelling spring is coming." It's very hard to do 3 minutes, but I do it. I try.
Thank you so much. It's not every day we get public comment through performance, so that is wonderful. Other than that, any other public comments, City Clerk Bell?
Garakani.
Thank you so much for giving us opportunity and celebrate Nowruz with us. We really appreciate that. You well said about Nowruz, and then we even the education and the part of it, it was very more educational to me. Thank you for describing that. I just want to add a couple of things. We set the table with some items on it, which every single of them is a symbol of things we needed, we eat it, we celebrated, and also the reflection of ourselves for the past and new year. This year is a little bit different from the other years for us. In the last 6 months, the first and only women-led movement is happening in Iran, and we lost a lot of young men and women and even children. So we are not fully hearted to celebrate. As we know, all cultures are about the dancing, celebrating, and music. We are not fully celebrating. We are heartbroken. But when we see you let us to celebrate as a minor community in US and then recognize us, it means a lot. Nowruz is all about the diversity. In Iran, we are a melting pot. Persian are Jewish, Persian are Muslim, Persian are Armenian, Persian are Christian, Persian are Kurdish, Persian are, we are a melting pot, and the only things bring us together, which is back to 3,000 years ago, it's Nowruz. We really appreciate it. And Nastaran, she helped me to set up a beautiful table. It just, share with you what is the half scene, which is our Christmas tree. We have it for 13 days. What does that mean? Nastaran.
Thank you, Master. Okay, I want to explain the meaning of every seven scene in half scene table. Sirke or vinegar represents age and patience that often comes with aging. Sikke or coins for wealth and prosperity. Seed or garlic for good health. Sib or apples for health and natural beauty, like Persian women. And sabzi or wheat for rebirth, renewal, and good fortune. Samanu with wheat pudding, a sweet dessert for wealth, fertility, and the sweetness of life. Sumac is a kind of berries for the sunrise and the celebration of a new day. Happy Nowruz and Nowruz Mubarak.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here to celebrate this day, or yesterday, but this season, let's say that. City Clerk Bell, do we have any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, not seeing any. We will take a recess for 15 minutes, and we invite the public to join us for cake and some refreshments in the rotunda in City Hall chambers. So thank you so much, and we will come back at no later than 7:30. All right, thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. We are back from our wonderful reception in City Hall's lobby. We are back in to our agenda for this evening. That brings us to 8B which is presentations. We have a presentation tonight from the California Department of Insurance, as well as the Bike East Bay, which is a local active transportation nonprofit organization. We'll start with our presentation from California Department of Insurance.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Jeremy Rogers. I'm the Community Services Director. And last year, this council requested an overview of the California Department of Insurance and an update about the Safe from Wildfires framework. Tonight, we have Mary Beth Bykowski from the Department of Insurance to do this presentation. I will now turn it over to Mary Beth.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to be here tonight. I'm going to give you a quick overview of the department, also known as CDI, and the role of the insurance commissioner. That's how we'll start. Next slide, please. So CDI, whoops, no, I can't see my presentation. I'm sorry. Hang on one second. Can you just go back a second and I can move my slides over? Just take my slides down a second. Thank you. Okay, sorry. You can start again. Okay, slide 2. So CDI is a state agency and we regulate all lines of insurance, homeowners, life, health, to name just a few. We also regulate the insurance companies, the agents and the brokers that sell insurance. We have over 1,400 dedicated employees to oversee more than 1,400 insurance companies. And we license more than 425,000 agents and brokers. California has the largest market in the United States and the 4th largest insurance market in the world. And California insurance companies collect over $340 billion in premiums every year. The current insurance commissioner is Ricardo Lara. Under his direction, the department uses its authority to protect Californians from insurance rates that are excessive, inadequate, or unfairly discriminatory. We make sure the insurance companies have enough funds to pay the claims. We set standards for agents and broker licensing. We perform market conduct reviews of insurance companies, ensuring they're compliant and in good standing. And we resolve consumer complaints. And finally, we also investigate and prosecute insurance fraud. The one thing we cannot do, however, is require or compel insurance companies to sell insurance to a particular person or community. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, our 2022 annual report hasn't been posted yet, but in 2021, premium relief for Californian drivers have totaled nearly $2.5 billion and approximately $3.1 billion to all COVID impacted lines due to reduced driving and reduced business activity during the pandemic. The department's legal branch recovered approximately $5 million in monetary penalties, cost recovery, and restitution from negotiated settlements and hearings. And the consumer services team recovered over $166 million for consumers and handled over 168,000 helpline calls and in-person assistance. And we closed over 41,000 complaints that year. Next slide. When Ricardo Lara was first elected insurance commissioner, he quickly realized, after holding numerous events and talking to communities up and down the state of California, that wildfires was a major problem throughout all of California. The commissioner started working with the legislature on laws that help wildfire survivors, including increasing payouts for benefits, such as coverage for evacuation expenses and additional living expenses, as well as increasing the coverage for building code upgrades. We implemented a law that the commissioner wrote while he was in the Senate, giving temporary protection to more than 4 million residential policyholders in areas that the government declared a wildfire emergency. This law gives a 1-year moratorium on insurance companies canceling or non-renewing residential insurance policies, regarding of whether you suffered a loss, helping to give people security as well as stabilizing the markets. Additionally, we increased the non-renewal notice insurers must give consumers from 45 days to 75 days, allowing more time to find alternative insurance following a non-renewal. Next slide, please. We also ordered improvements to the FAIR Plan. As you know, the FAIR Plan is the insurer of last resort. What you may not know is the FAIR Plan is not a state agency, nor is it a public entity. It's a fire insurance pool comprised of all insurers doing business in California, and it was established by statute in 1968. Since the commissioner took office, he ordered increased coverage limits for both dwelling coverage and commercial policies, giving people twice the coverage they had before. He worked with the legislature to authorize coverage for farms, wineries, and other agricultural business, which were previously barred from accessing the FAIR Plan. And finally, the commissioner ordered the FAIR Plan to offer a comprehensive option to homeowners alongside its standard limited policy. The FAIR Plan sued the commissioner, but a judge upheld the commissioner's authority. They have appealed, so we are still fighting that out in court. Next slide, please. So CDI worked with the state's emergency response and preparedness agencies, including CAL FIRE and Cal OES, to create a consistent list of achievable, certifiable, and effective actions that you can take to protect your homes and businesses from wildfires. At CDI, we call it the Safer from Wildfires 1, 2, 3 framework. Most importantly, the commissioner directed insurance companies to provide discounts to consumers under the new framework with transparency about risk rating. The regulation was codified in September of 2022, and it requires insurance companies to submit the new rates that recognize the benefit of safety measures, such as upgraded roofs and windows, defensible space, and community programs such as FireWise and the Fire Risk Reduction Community designation. The regulation spells out what mitigation measures are eligible for discounts. Each rate filing is unique and is reviewed by the rules set under Proposition 103. That's based on the insurance company's own updated loss data. For that reason, there's not going to be a standard discount for all companies. And under the rules passed by voters, every rate filing is published on the Department of Insurance's website, and anyone can see it, and you will be able to go in and compare rates. The wildfire risk score must be provided to you at the following times: within 15 days of when you apply for a new policy, at least 45 days before you renew a policy, at least 75 days before you are non-renewed, and within 30 days of when you complete mitigation on your property and request a revised score. Insurance companies have until April 12th, that's only 4 weeks away, to submit their new rates to CBI for approval. We have been urging communities and homeowners to take advantage of this timeframe to harden their homes and communities. And lastly, the regulation gives you the right to appeal your risk score. If you appeal and are not satisfied with the response, please call the Department of Insurance and file a complaint. CBI is the largest California protection agency in the state. Our hotline is manned by compliance officers. If you fill out a request for assistance form, these officers can dive into the details of your policy. If you don't get a live person, don't be discouraged. The hotline has a 2-minute average callback time, and that number is 800-927-4357, or you can go to our website and file a complaint and submit a request for assistance online. Next slide, please. So let's go over the 3 steps of protection under this framework. Number 1, protect the structure. Number 2, protect the immediate surroundings. And I know your local fire agencies have you all well informed as to the actions you've taken to harden your homes and your property. So I won't go into these steps tonight. But step 3 of the framework is an effort to obtain a community level mitigation designation. This is the most important and impactful step, and it will most likely involve at least one, if not more, local government agencies like fire and planning or the emergency services. But by working together, we can do a lot more than we can do on our own to make our community safer. This includes items such as safe evacuation routes with contingency plans, clear funding resources to implement mitigation activities, and programs like Firewise. You can see our entire list of specific actions that you can take on our website, insurance.ca.gov. Next slide, please. So let's look at some FAQ. Remember, the only thing we cannot do is require or compel insurance companies to sell insurance to a particular person or community. We are hopeful that with community mitigation and hardening efforts, over time, there will be less loss, therefore less claims, reducing the risk. This should entice insurers to come back to these areas that they've left. The department expects the FAIR Plan to comply with the new regulation and offer discounts for wildfire risk mitigation and structure hardening. The FAIR Plan currently offers a 10% discount on policies participating in a Firewise community. And the proposed regulations mandate that insurers take into account both community level mitigation designations as well as property level mitigation efforts. There are already some insurers offering discounts, and you can find that information on our website. We do not yet know what discounts will look like until insurance companies submit all these new rates to CDI for approval. And unfortunately, I can't give you a time frame of when these new rates will be accepted, because this is totally something we've never done before. Everybody has to, all the insurance companies have to submit them at the same time. So there will be a process to go through. But this is a top priority for the commissioner, and the department will move quickly to review and approve rates. I know there's a growing concern also in the Bay Area regarding flooding. When Commissioner Laura was sworn in, he did create a climate and sustainability branch. So please feel free to check out our website for upcoming climate insurance working group notices. Next slide, please. So we have a plethora of information on our website, such as the top 10 tips insurers make offering the discounts. We have a grants page and lots of other items. So please take some time and let your constituents know to check out our website. There's always lots of help there. Next slide. That concludes my presentations. I just want to remind you to give us a call or go to our website if you have any questions. And if you have any questions for me now, I'll be happy to answer what I can.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go to our council for questions. Are there any questions from council members? All right, that's, oh yes, Councilor Tate.
So I'm not sure, but you mentioned the step 3 portion, and I'm wondering, do fire districts, like the formation of fire districts or preventative maintenance districts, help with reducing the insurance that you have to take or your risk?
You mean their list of what actions you can take?
Yeah, you mentioned that third step. I'm not sure if we can go to the slide about community.
Oh, the Firewise becoming a fire.
Yeah, and then, you know, restoring, we just restored a new state or reopened a new station. Does that also compute into your home, I guess your insurance or fire?
You know, I sent along a copy of the regulations, and I hope you all can pick up a copy of that. I sent it to Jeremy. It really outlines every single aspect that you can take to help reduce your score. And the insurance companies are going to have to spell that out to you, and they'll have to tell you how much that impacts your score and what the discount would be. There are certain things you cannot change, like the slope of your property, but access to a fire station, if that's what you're asking me, doesn't always guarantee that. But things you can do to your home as far as clearing the brush around, or making sure your eaves are enclosed, making sure you have the right roof. But the good thing about this program, I feel, is since you have to get so much detail now, the insurance companies have to give you so much detail with that risk score. As a homeowner, you can make a plan for yourself. You can see in black and white, they'll have to tell you why your score is so high. So then you can make a plan. Okay, I don't have the best roof. That's a little expensive, but maybe I can plan for that over the next 2 or 3 years. What can I do now that I can afford? Like change my vents, take the time to clean the brush, move flammable items away from your home and put it as far as away on your property. All these little things are going to add up. Did that answer your question?
Kind of sounds like I need that document that Jeremy had, but I'm trying to understand if a group of neighbors banded together and said, hey, we're gonna all pay $200 under for maintenance in our slope or our trees or whatever, right? Does that-
You could become a fire safe council if you don't have one in your area pretty easily. And I can connect you with somebody who can advise you on how to become a Firewise community.
Right.
Firewise communities I'm hearing that they are getting the most discounts
I see. Okay.
because you're involved in your whole community. And it's not like the whole town. There's a limit to how many properties you can actually contain. But they have specific steps. You have to quantify how much time you've spent doing certain things.
Got it.
And some of these groups will actually get together and they'll hire like a chipper for the day and go around the neighborhood and help people get rid of their brush, things like that.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at is like we have a lighting maintenance district or a special district specific to maintenance activities. I'm just trying to understand if that were to happen in high risk fire areas, does that also reduce the calculation of your score?
I don't know if I have any actual part of the government or utility do that for you, but it would make the community safer, obviously. So when they come and look at your property, because they can do that now with drones or different types of things and see that you have cleared your things and you've made the effort. I think part of becoming a Firewise community shows them that you have made an effort to do that. Also, I'm hearing that if you're a Firewise community, you're more apt to get one of the grants.
I see.
Okay, which can help immensely as well.
Great. Okay, Mary Beth, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yep. Thank you again for your presentation. I also want to commend your office on creating the first climate and sustainability department. I think you're the first in the nation as insurance commissioner's office to do that. So that's a big thing and should not be kept a secret. And I know you all are very proud about that. So thank you again. Are there any other questions from council? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas.
I just have one question and that has to do with your slides. Do we have those available to us? The slide that had the 1, 2, 3, the different steps that somebody can take. I would think that would be worthwhile to have distributed, either on the city's website or.
City Clerk
Yeah,
Bell?
and I could send.
Mary Beth, one moment, please.
I
I
was
think
just
we
gonna
do have.
say, we typically, when we receive the presentations for council, we do post them online, so they should all be there, and we'll make sure that if there is any update, actually did receive, I think, an additional piece of information, which we can also post and distribute to the council.
Great.
Perfect, thank you.
And I think Mayor Pro Tem Tom's the ask is also for this slide to somehow be a graphic that maybe we share on Pinole television or other platforms. If we can have city staff do that, that'd be great.
Yeah, and I could send you a PDF version as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mary Beth. We were just asking our city staff if that's okay. City Manager Murray. Okay, great. And then the second part is I think Director Rogers has perhaps a memo that council has not had yet. Can we get that sent to us as well?
I
Yes,
just received it and just sent it, and I will also post it online with the rest of the
Fantastic.
packet materials.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Beth, so much for your presentation, and we invite you to a future meeting if you ever would like to. Again, thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, wonderful. All right, next presentation is from the organization Bike East Bay. We have Robert Prinz, the Advocacy Director. Good evening. We like that background picture.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. I'm curious, does staff have access to my presentation files, or would you like me to share that on my end?
I'll ask our city clerk.
Our broadcast staff should have it. Let's give them a moment to bring up the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Looks good. Thanks so much. And yes, my name is Robert Prince, Advocacy Director with Bike East Bay. I'd like to say thank you so much for offering this invitation to come talk with you tonight. Usually we're the people on the other side of the dais with our 2 to 3 minutes of public comment time. So 10 minutes feels utterly luxurious. I'll try to make the most of it. But we have a lot to go over. I was asked to present tonight specifically with an introduction about Bike East Bay, talking about some of the work that we do in the community and programs that we offer. But I'm happy to entertain questions on any topics of interest at the end of the presentation. So I've personally been with Bike East Bay for a little over 10 years. I was formerly the manager of our free bike education program that I'll talk a little bit about later. And now the advocacy director, so working mostly on infrastructure, policy, and planning throughout the 2-county region that we serve, that's Contra Costa and Alameda counties. I've been with Bike East Bay for a little over 10 years, but our organization's been around for a little over 50 years. We celebrated our 50th anniversary last year. And we have about a 12-person team. 50 years ago, we were known as the East Bay Bicycle Coalition, and then we updated our name to Bike East Bay just several years ago. So if you know us by the other name, still the same people, still the same organization, just known under a shorter name with less of an acronym. So we're known by a couple other names sometimes as well. You can go ahead to the next slide. This is a name that was given to us by a commenter at a City of Berkeley public meeting. They called us the Radical Bike Lobby, which we found pretty funny because honestly, we're pretty normal, boring people. But we liked the comment so much that we made a t-shirt out of it and sold them as a fundraiser for $6 a pop. So, you make the most that you can out of each situation. Sometimes also known as the all-powerful bike lobby, which we also think is pretty funny. Even though we're a 12-person team, the East Bay is such a big region, approaching, almost 3 million people in population. So that means about 1 staff person here for about every 250,000 people. At the end of the day, we're just interested as an organization in promoting safe streets, and that's safe streets for all road users, whether you're biking, walking, driving, or using some other mode. We're also interested in sustainable mobility, as well as affordable mobility for everybody. So those core tenets inform all the work that we're doing. Go ahead to the next slide. I mentioned that we're started as an organization over 50 years ago. The picture to the left is from 1974, just a few years after East Bay Bike Coalition was formed. We got featured on the cover of Bicycling magazine on the national stage for getting bike access on the then new BART system. BART originally didn't provide access for anybody with a bike. And so members of this all-volunteer organization at that point worked out a deal where you could get a permit, get your bike on BART, but only during certain hours of the day. And then we restaged that photo with our then board members 40 years later in 2012, when we finally won all hours access on BART. And so, it's a big change over 40 years, but sometimes the progress is slow. Go ahead to the next slide. But we'd never stop progressing. It's now 10 years later after that 2012 win. We now have new BART trains with bike spaces on board, and here's a picture of my e-bike. You can even take your e-bike on board the train, and not even just on the trains, but also free bike parking facilities like this bike station in downtown Oakland, as well as secure bike lockers at every BART station in the system. And so I bring this up at the start because our organization was founded with one of our core goals being access with a bike onto transit. And that kind of remains a real key motivation for our organization as not just a bike-centered organization, but really multimodal and really appreciating how these different modes can tie together to really open up so many opportunities for people. So we're really proud to say that in the East Bay, you can take your bike for free on every single transit system. Every bus system, ferry, trains, what have you, has some kind of bike access and bike parking. And if you can combine the two, you can get to nearly every place that you need to go with just a little bit of planning. Now go ahead to the next slide. So the 3 big programs that our organization offers are kind of break down into 3 categories. One is events, the second is education, the third is advocacy. I'm going to talk a little bit about events first, and especially pointing to one of our biggest events of the year, which is Bike to Work Day. The past few years, it's called Bike to Whatever Day, or Wherever Day, because a lot of people weren't necessarily biking to work. But now it's back to Bike to Work Day. It's coming up on Thursday, May 18, 2023. And this is a whole Bay Area wide celebration, both celebrating people who have already been out there biking to work or whatever location they need to go to, as well as really encouraging people to try it out for the first time. And so in Contra Costa County, a lot of that is organized by 511 Contra Costa, but Bike East Bay also provides a lot of assistance for those events, both in Contra Costa and Alameda counties, including energizer stations that are set up in the morning, after work parties, and free tote bags for anybody who bikes by the Energizer station with goodies. So if anybody's interested in learning more, it's just bikeeastbay.org/pledge or BTWD for Bike to Work Day. There's going to be a lot of fun activities happening, not just on Bike to Work Day, but all throughout May, which is Bike Month. Go ahead to the next slide. And all throughout the rest of the year, not just in May, we also offer a lot of fun social activities. We do a spring ride series and then also a fall ride series, exploring beautiful locations all around the East Bay. This are some photos from our fall ride series from last year, where we rode up from Richmond to Point Pinole on the beautiful Bay Trail segment. And we're really excited as additional parts of the Bay Trail gap closures get completed, that we can expand these rides even further. I was really happy to see the $1 million in OVAC funding awarded to Pinole recently for their Tenant Avenue Bay Trail gap closure. We're continuing to work with East Bay Parks and other partners to complete some of those other gaps. So before too long, somebody will be able to ride on dedicated bike infrastructure all the way from Vallejo down to Richmond and beyond. It's pretty exciting. To the next slide, thanks. So the second program we're going to talk about is our free bike education program. And this is very near and dear to me because I worked in this program for the past 10 years. We have both a youth and family oriented aspect, which is I'm showing here, the family on the top. But the most important thing is actually that makes these programs work is our partnerships. The upper left photo is a partnership with our friends at another bike organization called Cycles of Change, via which we were able to do some kids bike rodeos and other group activities on the bike, teaching safe skills. And also at the bottom right is a bike build and giveaway that we partnered in coordination with the Fast Freddy Foundation and an affordable housing developer in order to get free bikes for kids at this affordable housing development, but also build them together so that kids could learn how to use the tools and how the bike pieces fit together, and then immediately go out to the courtyard of the facility to do a safety class with the kids and parents riding bikes together. Go ahead to the next slide. So I mentioned the youth and family education, but also adult bike education is super important. At the upper left here, you see a bike theft prevention classroom workshop that was done in conjunction with Oakland Public Library System. Libraries are another big key partner that we work with. Affordable housing developers and then also community health organizations are really key to us being able to reach people where they're at and provide the type of information they're interested in. And then the person on the right that you're seeing here, her name was Amy. She's just one out of many hundreds of attendees that have come to our free adult Learn to Ride classes. So there are people who out there as adults who either never learned to ride as a kid or did a long time ago and just need to get started again with the basics of balancing, pedaling, and steering. And so we actually bring the bikes and the helmets to a parking lot or other secure location, allow people to get on the bikes and take it just step by step in a very methodical manner. And then within 3 hours, we have about a 90% success rate getting people pedaling for the first time. And it's really super transformational for those individuals. But we start from there, and then we go all the way up to more advanced, on the bike road skills handling and hazard avoiding maneuvers. So whatever skill level someone brings with them to the class, we have something to match them up. Go ahead to the next slide. That gets us to our third program, which is what I'm working in currently, which is advocacy. Here are two pictures of some really great bike infrastructure. The one on the lower left is the very first protected bikeway that we got built in the East Bay, which has a physically separated area between the bike and the car space. This is Burnside Avenue in Alameda. We're very happy to say that ever since that facility was built, I think in 2008, we're now at over 50 protected bikeways between more than a dozen communities throughout the East Bay. And that many and more are on the way, funded and or planned. We'd love to add Pinole to that list and get some on-street protected bikeway facilities. And then at the upper right is a bridge connection. That's the Bay Bridge East Span Trail. Hopefully you'll be able to expand that all the way to San Francisco someday. Those bridge paths that connect between different jurisdictions over both people-made barriers like train tracks or freeways, as well as natural barriers like waterways, are super important for being able to provide that level of connectivity, but making them actually really safe and fun places to ride. So as people are doing their transportation or necessary trips, they can actually have a really good time doing it as well. And speaking of man-made barriers, there's this train tracks bridge over here in Pinole on the Bay Trail as well. That's super beautiful. And we've got 3 more bike bridges that are set to open this year, either over freeways or really wide roadways. That includes Berkeley between Brentwood and Antioch and Highway 4, and then Dublin. And then probably about 5 more that are in the works that'll be expanding over the next few years. I know that there's I think 3 freeway interchanges in Pinole, and those can be really hairy spots for bike riders. So thinking about grade separated alternate bike and pedestrian bridges or underpasses is especially a good way to overcome those barriers. So between those really safe Class 1 trails like we talked about on the Bay Trail, protected bikeway facilities like this, as well as traffic calm neighborhood streets with physical traffic calming to reduce car speeds and volumes. Those are kind of like the 3 types of facilities that we focus on to create what we call a low stress or all ages and abilities network that people can be able to rely on to get around, not just safely, but also comfortably and without a lot of additional stress in their trip. So go on to the next slide. Another thing that Bike East Bay has been getting a lot more into these days is pop-up bikeways. Creating, one day sometimes demonstration bikeways using temporary materials to just allow people a chance to experience what a facility could be like without having to, and being able to give yourself an opportunity to make some mistakes that you can then learn from. So this is one that we did this past summer in San Leandro. There's actually 3 different two-way cycle track pop-ups that we did in one day. Thanks to super support from the city, as well as a ton of volunteers that helped us actually build and install these and then take them down all at the end of the day. And collecting a whole lot of information and feedback from participants in the meantime. Both people biking, scootering, using mobility devices and wheelchairs all came through and gave us their feedback. And the great outcome of this was that later that same year, City Council voted to approve these cycle tracks, make them permanent. And then even since then, they've already won $4 million in federal funding to help get that kick started. So we would love to be able to work with Pinole on some potential pop-ups, either protected bikeways like this, or even a neighborhood traffic calming, just to give people an opportunity to test it out and let us know what they think and allow the city to get some feedback that they can incorporate into final design. Go ahead to the next slide. And then, yes, they called us the Radical Bike Lobby. We do some lobbying too. As a 501c3, we mostly lobby around ballot measures. This was Measure U in Oakland. That was both an affordable housing and traffic safety bond measure that on the ballot this past November, that passed with over 75% support. People really like that combination of housing and traffic safety, put together. And going back to the partnerships that we have with affordable housing developments, we have also been really successful at integrating bike ed programs into affordable housing sustainable community grant applications at the state level, as well as really high quality bike and pedestrian and transit infrastructure into those same grant applications. Getting those competitive grant applications really takes a lot of study and upfront work, as we know, staff knows. And so Bike East Bay would really love to help support that work on the staff level, getting that level of detail ready so that the city can submit really competitive grant applications and perhaps put forward ballot measures that would be just as popular as the 75% approval in Oakland in order to help fund that work and do more. So go ahead to the next slide. So that's all I've got for you today. I just wanted to give you a very brief overview of the activities that Bike East Bay is involved with. There's a whole lot more than that, but that's my contact info. If you're interested in following up with me, I'm available anytime. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Are there any questions from the council? Counselor Tate?
Robert, thank you for the presentation. I know we have a lot of bike riders here in Pinole. Did you mention that your organization helps with grant writing for bike paths or helps facilitate the conversation with city staff?
We have, as I mentioned, participated in some grant applications. Bike East Bay participation either as a programs provider or as letters of support or other types of community assistance can help to make a grant application more competitive by adding points, to that overall score, especially with programs that are very competitive. We typically, city staff know their grant writing the best, so we typically don't assist with that. We do have a lot of our own grant supported programs though. And so if there are good fits, that the city thinks that, could help to support Bike East Bay education programs in Pinole or elsewhere in the community, we'd be very open to hearing that.
I see. So if there's a grant application that requires a map and planning and also community education, you can help with that community education component.
That would be more along the lines of a, consultant role in preparing that grant application. As a community partner, we can participate in a grant application to sometimes help it make it more competitive by adding in our own programs. But that would be different than actually, prepping the grant application itself.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Counselor Sasai?
Hi, Robert. Thanks for your presentation and great to speak with you virtually. My question is, you mentioned pop-up events and occasionally your organization has partnered with different cities to do that. Can you expand a little bit more on that and sort of explain what that looks like? Because when you say pop-up event, usually what comes to mind is like a farmer's market pop-up, but I see it's sort of more interactive than that. And sort of how can those pop-up events possibly help our community envision specifically protected bike lanes and how that might look in our main corridors of our city?
For sure. And we've done quite a few of these now over the years, and they're getting more professional. The first few that we did were just, with permission from city staff to do, a very low-key pop-up. The first one we did was on Telegraph Avenue in Oakland. We actually got the mayor to ride down it on a bike share bike, and it was a really great photo op, but the materials were all like cardboard. Nowadays, it is like the real deal with like flex posts and roofing paper instead of paint. And we've got kind of like our set of tools that we like to use, but we do still need to be able to partner with the city in order to get official permission and to make sure that they're okay with like the design concepts. And with that San Leandro project, we also were a subcontractor with a consulting firm that did the design aspect. And so on our end, we were assisting with volunteer coordination and actual construction of the materials. So we've participated in multiple capacities with these projects. I think the trend is to, definitely beef them up and make them look more official, so that the level of input that is received as an outcome is more detailed.
Thank you. And then sort of my second question is, does Bike East Bay normally contract their services for cities who look to implement complete streets projects at all?
We have gotten into more of that. For instance, we partnered with the city of Pittsburgh to do community outreach as part of their bike plan update. As a nonprofit organization, our admin capacity is not as high as it might be for, a consulting firm. So we're more often still partnering as a subcontractor with a consulting firm on a project, but being able to bring in our resources and knowledge with regards to community outreach, all of those local partners that I had mentioned previously, bring all of those into the project in order to, improve the communications and input that's received.
Great, thank you so much.
Any other questions, council members? Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Mr. Prince, hello. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you as well for mentioning another form of writing which involves people that aren't ordinarily seen in the photos that are presented when I have been part of presentations about different kinds of mobility, and that is the scooters and how the road bikeways that can be created also can benefit the senior population who is now on scooters or who could be. So thank you for that. Question to you is, does Bike East Bay have any affiliation or connection with bicycle clubs? And I'm thinking of bicyclists or cyclists who travel from, say, Orinda into Pinole. And I didn't see any photos of folks like that. You know, you've got your weekend cyclists as well as people who are really devoted for decades at a time and have really built a skill and whose interests may be a bit different than the kinds of bikeways that you have described, or at least that I've seen from your presentation.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And yeah, we definitely do. There's a lot of really great bike clubs in the East Bay, and we communicate with a lot of them. That Measure U, project, ballot measure in Oakland, for instance, a lot of that goes towards repaving projects. And especially in like the rural areas and the hills, the bike riders that are out there just love that stuff. So we're out there for them. We want to make sure that they are safe and protected as well. But, ultimately, the people who aren't biking yet are the ones that we need to focus on with our infrastructure upgrades. We have to understand why they're not biking, what it'll take to actually make them feel safe and comfortable out there. And, at the same time as, taking into consideration the needs of the folks that are biking. But ultimately, the goal is to increase the bike ridership. So we have to be able to understand what's keeping more people from riding. The reality is, like, we call it like bike infrastructure, but bike riders are really, dozens of different, constituencies and needs. Like, they mentioned that there's people who are doing long road rides and going faster. There's seniors, there's kids, there's people with disabilities who are riding because they can't walk or drive. There are people, who are commuting, who are riding a cargo bike, going on grocery trips. There are people who ride for subsistence, who actually ride for their job. It's so many different needs. And so we're trying to, find a denominator where we're focused predominantly on safety and also diversity among the bike ridership and increasing, that level of access for everybody. So that, what we end up proposing and supporting as part of these conversations is really, comes down to meeting those goals.
Thank you for describing the variety among cyclists.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem Thompson, do you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to thank you for the presentation. I have seen your Bike East Bay's advocacy throughout the county, and it is very much appreciated.
All right. Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your partnership. I think you have we have a couple of things going on in Pinole that we can use your partnership in. We encourage you also to look to our Pinole Earth Walk in April as an opportunity to perhaps table or even engage in our walk / our bike. I don't know if that's also an option, but I'm sure folks can bring their bikes with them or at least bike there. So thank you again, and thank you for being here. And we look forward to working together.
Likewise, thank you for the invitation.
All right, thank you. All right, council, thank you so much. And we'll continue on with our agenda this evening, which is actually, before we continue, do we have any public comments on this item?
No public comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Then we'll go on to our consent calendar for the item, which is item 9. Are there any items that council members would like to pull from the consent calendar? Councilor T.
I'd like to pull item I.
Okay. Any other items? All right.
Mayor, I have a comment for item 9A, the minutes. I did receive a comment from a member of the public, Rafael Menez, who pointed out on page 19, which is 27 of the agenda packet, I'd like to add a word. So where it reads, Mr. Menez also referenced page 158C, public comment. and suggested the language that had been stricken in this section should be reinserted. I'd like to add should not be reinserted.
Okay.
So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you. Ms. Rennes. So I see item, we'll pull item A for now, just to confirm, and then item I, and I would like to pull item G. Are there any other comments, or other items council members would like to pull? All right, then we'll go to the public comment on around the consent calendar. Are there any, comments for the consent calendar?
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menes has submitted a card for 9A. It looks like, is it C or G? G or C, E, F, and H. It looks like A, C, E, F, G, and H. Go ahead, Mr. Menes.
Okay.
So I'll try and go through all these as quickly as I can. Some of them are simpler than others. For A, it was just the correction to the minutes as noted, and I also gave a timestamped point in the video recording to cross-reference to that not being in there if people want to reference it. Let's see. With regards to 9C, I want to flag a few things in the general planned housing progress report. First off, I want to note that, there's a lot more building permits that have been issued for ADUs than had been in the past. So that's great. Hopefully we'll see more of that. That's on page 52 of the agenda pack, and if people want to look at that. On page 54, I'd also like to note that the building permit issuance as of 2022, table number 2 there, shows that over the entire 5th cycle, the city of Pinole issued 0 building permits for very low housing, 0 building permits for low housing, and 1 permit for moderate housing. So the reason why I flag that is because that's why I was concerned. I wanted to make sure that certain tables were in place in these cities' updated housing element to confirm that it would be able to meet the very low income housing requirements for the 6th cycle because of that table, basically table 2 there. And as table 3 shows, we've made some progress towards that. I'd also note that Saha again is making up a significant portion of the very low income being built across all categories, a bit over half, despite the fact that it's one project with 33 units out of 616. It's still building 28 out of 50 very low income housing units. So I just wanted to flag that because I suspect there will be further discussion on Saha later. So I think it's worth noting why we're supporting them. On page 61, a thing that I noted there was the extremely low income need, and that there didn't appear to be anything noted with regards to a plan to implement that. Does the city have a plan either as part of the housing element or some other process to identify how it plans to meet the extremely low income need? And is that required that the city meet the extremely low income need separate from the low income need as a whole? Let's see. And those are my comments for D. So then moving on to 9E and 9. I just wanted to note that I think both of those letters would be good things. And I support the city moving forward on those items. I think it'll be beneficial to adopt them. Then for item 9G, this is the one where I want to go in a bit more detail on because it's noted on page 91 of the agenda packets sort of discussing attachment C, that 628 cases in 2022 began with the courtesy notice. And 19 of them were still open, so that's 3%, not fully resolved. And then 549 of them, 87% were closed after achieving compliance with courtesy notices. And then 60 cases, 10% were unsuccessfully resolved the courtesy notice and didn't notice a violation. And then basically it's roughly 33% for each category was first notice, second notice, third notice, and later. So I think given that the vast majority of cases were able to be resolved through a courtesy notice without needing to go farther into the escalation process, and that there were basically 3 cases, and you can see that 3 categories of cases, and you can see this in attachment C on page 120, chart number 3 in particular, where it's showing work without a permit being 26 cases that move beyond a courtesy notice, weed abatement, overgrown vegetation being 10 cases, and outdoor storage accumulation being 9 cases, and the rest being 3 cases or less. So I'd suggest that it might be worthwhile to amend the ordinance to state that the city has still offers courtesy notices by default, except in those cases, because those cases are the particular categories that have most frequently been shown through the data to not have courtesy notices actually resolve it properly and to need faster acceleration. Work without a permit obviously often isn't going to work just through the courtesy notice progress, just because it's work without a permit. Just the time it would take to tear it down if they were going to undo it would take a while. Likewise for the weed abatement, and that's potentially a safety issue. And likewise again for outdoor storage accumulation. So I think as part of the council's discussion of 9G, if it's going to pull it, that it should consider having the courtesy notice remain as default, except for the specific categories where it wasn't effective having the courtesy notice, and it still needed to escalate on a routine basis, because it seems like the vast majority of the time, a courtesy notice was sufficient. And then finally, for 9H, I was curious as to if the city could go into any more detail on just what significant amount of pre-development funds is, and also just how exactly the buyer was originally going to be paying $400,000 for a parcel which the city's neutral assessor assessed at $230,000, and that because that seems like quite a mismatch. And that's all my questions for the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menes. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we have a couple online comments and Deputy Stone is with us online.
We'll start with Maria Alegria.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
go
can.
ahead.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Maria Alegria. I'm sorry I can't join you in person. I am taking care of my granddaughter and she gives you all a shout out for your extravaganza. You can't wait to be at that Easter egg hunt. Just really quickly, I wanted to speak on the council procedures. I wanted the council to consider bringing back the council procedures. And in that is to amend the resolution is inconsistent with the Pinole Municipal Code. It basically says the meeting will start at 5 and the municipal code says it's at 6. It's inconsistent and I don't think it's a good idea to codify something that is not consistent with municipal code. Secondly, and that's on page 131, on page 132, the agenda preparation, if you could insert for the Brown Act, which requires that the final agenda be prepared 72 hours in advance of the regular meeting. And then on page 133, I had requested that you consider looking at also including under the conflict of interest, potential conflict of interest, which is in the government code. And it explains what a potential conflict of interest is. And then finally, on Exhibit A, which is not in your packet, but it's the norms of council, city council behavior. I think it's really important that a standard be set on how the council comports itself at the city council at its city council meeting. It's as important as saying the Pledge of Allegiance. On April 20th, 21, this resolution was adopted by council members Murray, Salimi, Tave, and Toms, with council member Martinez Rubin absent. At the last two council meetings, I've witnessed disparaging remarks by council member Martinez Rubin to other council members who she seems to disagree with. This is unacceptable. I think it's important to link the norms of the council behavior as part of item council agenda 3. And finally, like council procedures, the city council should also review and approve their norms of behavior annually. And actually, one final comment, I think it's important to make sure your council procedures are consistent with your municipal code, specifically as it relates to the city council relations, which states that the city manager shall take his or her orders from the city council only when sitting in a duly convened meeting. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public?
Yes, we have a couple more. Irma Ruport.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. I've got 2 items for comments. First of all, 9G regarding the code enforcement, mayor and council. I disagree in waiving the second reading. You should do a first one and then do a second one. Information was not included, Mayor Murphy. You asked for additional information. When a report is not complete, it should be sent back with completion, with statistics and information that we need, code enforcement. I agree with you. I read some of the information, and I'd like to add that the city of Hercules is doing a good job in terms of what they do is they go on site, knock on the door, and put an informational request and speak to the neighbor, to the resident. And what I don't like is for us to be complaint driven. I think it's not a good approach. It's not sensitive to the residents. We haven't had code enforcement for a couple of years, and I think our approach should be positive, help us get to where we want to be. And maybe there's some people who are ill, who've had death in the family, tragic stuff going on out there, as we know. Be a little more sensitive to what's going on. A direct approach of complaint driven, you might pin neighbors against neighbors. And I disagree with this approach. It has to be a little more kinder and gentler. So please rethink this. Second, waiving the first and going into the second is ridiculous. The second item is, I do want to, with the prior speaker on 9I, totally agree with all the comments she made. I think this needs to be revisited and added some of this information she said. And I totally agree that some of these codes and norms of on procedures of the council need to be out there and put out in public, because yes, civility and respect for one another should be, but it starts at home. It starts at the city council level, and let's all play fair with the public and be all good to each other. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Peter Murray.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I wanted to comment on 9H, and I was going to echo the questions of citizen Menace on this. I just needed some kind of a defining explanation on the situation where you have a resolution to approve an amendment to a purchase and sale agreement and the joint escrow instructions. And is this something that's coming to fruition as in one piece now, or is this an amendment to an existing agreement that's already in place and being acted on? Because there's a significant difference to, the two of them. And, I'm changing the value of a project, in midstream. And one of the thoughts that I had at the end of the day, if there's not enough funding there, is to, much as you had on 10A, look to outside agencies that can provide that support, and not have the city take a step back on the funds that were agreed upon, for the project. To me, it's kind of like, which is it? And I'm not sure that I understood that. Hopefully that what I've asked is, easily explained. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on the consent calendar?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
All right, thank you so much for your comments, and we'll bring it back to council. The first item to be pulled was item 9A. I know City Clerk Bell, you made a adjustment there, but were there any other council members or staff members who wanted to discuss or talk about this item? Okay, great. So we'll go to 9C, I think, which was also pulled. Are there council members or staff who would like to talk about this item?
C pulled? I thought it was just I.
Officially pulled A, G, and I by council, and then we had comments from the public on C.
Okay, no worries. We will, if there's no council members to pull that one, we'll go to 9G. 9G, I did pull. This is the second time this is coming to our council agenda. I wanted to both spend some time to really think about the data that was collected. First and foremost, from the last meeting, one of the directives of our of this council was to engage in more information really about the results of what other jurisdictions in Contra Costa County are doing, as well as really understanding more of our own code enforcement cases. We had a public commenter speak to the numbers for folks who have a tough time reading 211 pages. I understand. I do want to outlook and identify some of the numbers that we noticed. Again, first and foremost, in 2022, we had a total of 628 total cases, which began with a courtesy notice around code enforcement in the city. Of those cases, 19% are still open today. 19 of those are still open today. That's only 3% of those. And in process of being resolved and have not received further notices to date. A total of 549 cases were closed. That's nearly 90% of cases that were closed after receiving a courtesy notice. That's a big number in our city, right? That means that we are actually, with those courtesy notices, that we are saving a lot of time by simply reminding and educating our residents about the importance of being and within code of our municipal code. But I also want to direct folks to what I see as very important information for us to have, and certainly our staff. So bear with me, but if you go to page 120 of the agenda packet, this information is very important. The reason why I am opposing this ordinance tonight, as I said last week, I think this is an opportunity for us to understand why and how folks may be not within our code. But it's also a very important moment for us as a council and as a city to recognize what type of education modules we need to give to the public. If you look at page 120, chart 3 lists out the types and number of cases that move beyond courtesy notices. 26 of those were work without a permit. 10 of those were weed abatement and overgrown vegetation. 9 of those were outdoor storage accumulation. And many of the other, if you actually calculate some of the lesser, 3-to-1 type cases, most of those were unpermitted fences or, operating a business without a license or unpermitted tree removals. So what we see here is a very important, I think, lesson that I learned from getting this data, which is we actually have to do more to educate our public around some of these violations, as opposed to perhaps pushing ourselves to be, punitive. I think we still have a fair process, right? We are giving our public an opportunity to know through courtesy that perhaps they are not within the line of the municipal code. But I also know that we're doing a lot in the city through our communications and public engagement plan to educate our public more and to understand or have them understand what's important in our city and how to keep each other safe and healthy. And, one of the things that I thought about was this push where our code enforcement is now, officer is now doing video reports and updates similar to our mayor's reports. These are the three factors that individual that we should actually move into, right? Educating our public about what and why it's important to work with a permit, educating our public about the impact of weed abatement or overgrown vegetation, educating our public about what it means to have outdoor storage accumulation and how unsafe that could be. I don't think this is the right answer. I appreciate the city staff's work to engage in a process that, again, outlines more data for us as a council to understand. I really appreciate the follow-up, and I think some of these charts can be used, and I hope that we will receive more report backs from staff around how this next process is going. But I do want to urge the rest of the council for us to really oppose this ordinance. I think this is one of those things where perhaps we are a little blindsided as to how we could actually move forward and educate our community as opposed to be punitive. So again, I am going to be opposing this ordinance, and I hope you'll join me. Any other item or any discussion on the item 9G?
I'll just counter that, we have neighborhoods that have these code violations, and it's not helpful to extend the time in which those violations continue. It creates, unsightliness, it creates hazards, and it creates a problem with our quality of life. The ordinance is such that if somebody does need more time and they can make progress, they can communicate that to staff and they are provided more time. But there are plenty of violators that just ignore the code, ignore code enforcement. And that just means that the neighborhood has to put up with these violations for that much longer. So I'm in support of it, of streamlining the process to get compliance.
All right, thank you. Councilor Tate?
So can I ask a question about this process? If we speed it up, does it seem like it's, to me, the first letter, second letter, third letter, and reasonable amount of time sort of builds the case for the city to say that we've given you reasonable amount of time to get there, and shortening that process, does it seem, or could one say, hey, you didn't give me enough time to respond? I think the process being at a lengthy amount of time for somebody to do the work might, solidify our case against, if we ever had to take action against that person. And I guess, what are those timelines? Like, I know there's a 30 day, 60 day, 90 day that just keeps kind of ringing throughout our justice system about how long it should take to do something. City Attorney, can you kind of elaborate a little bit on the pros and cons of shortening that, and does that change our position?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Tave. So we did review this ordinance and the language in particular through the lens of just kind of due process considerations and whether or not this does provide adequate time for a recipient of a complaint to be able to respond. And this does comply with all kind of legal due process standards. It's consistent with what a lot of other cities are already doing. And it does provide enough opportunities to respond to any kind of a notice of violation, appeal, any kind of decision on it. And then there's mechanisms in place to appeal and then elevate that if there is no final resolution for the particular complainant. So it doesn't raise any due process concerns from a legal standpoint. I did want to just note there are a number of changes in the ordinance. I think we're focusing on the courtesy notice issue, and it's really a change of one word from currently the ordinance reads that the city shall provide a courtesy notice. The change was to suggest a change to the city may kind of provide a courtesy notice. I think Director Whalen mentioned that it is going to be her practice to issue a courtesy notice in situations where she feels it would be appropriate, but it is a discretionary issue and it's kind of left up to staff. But there are a number of other changes in the ordinance. So if they're like changing the administrating hearing officer and things like that. So we could just keep the language with shall issue the courtesy notice and then consider the other changes. I just wanted to mention that because there's more kind of substantive changes to the ordinance.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I mean, we're talking about a very small percentage of people who have received a courtesy notice. And I'm wondering, Mr. Mayor, if we change that back to shall, it seems like we're going to capture or continue to capture 95% of the community who may not know, may have overlooked, may have just said, you know what, I'll mow it tomorrow and just kind of left it alone. But I do hear you about really trying to get this small percentage up to what we would consider standard. And what that means, I mean, just the term violators, is it really, you didn't mow the lawn or the weeds are too high? Do we have to call you it's a violation? I mean, it's not something that can't be remedied. I mean, to me, it just seems like maybe we need to relook at the way we're looking at code enforcement in general. Because the truth is that most people, I didn't even realize that I got out of hand or I was storing stuff out of, the kids' toys were out on the lawn for too long. I mean, I don't think it's people are enduring such this hazard that as much as it may appear the language we're using. Now, I'm granted, outdoor storage accumulation is definitely going to be unsightly, right? But if it's in queue, I mean, it's in queue, and 9 people out of 600 and something in our town, for whatever reason, needed an extra push or process. And I mean, I'm wondering and maybe Director Whaling can talk a little bit about this. The 26, 30, I don't know, 50 something people. How much of this time how much time does this take in your office? Like, you know what I mean? Because I'm imagining these are the most difficult customers, and probably represent 30 to 40% of the work that you're doing in this area.
Thank you, Councilmember Tate. You cut out at a portion of your question there. Was the question what amount of time do the cases that we investigate where folks don't respond to a courtesy notice on the first round? Are we talking about those types of cases and the amount of time that staff spends on those cases?
Right. So a letter going out on a courtesy notice is a letter. It's pretty much, I'm guessing, a boilerplate letter that goes out to the resident notifying them, and that's capturing 90+% of the complaints. And this small group, how much is that, compared to the 90%, I'm imagining that 10% is taking up most of your time.
Yeah, to give you an idea, so when we receive when we receive a complaint, we'll do an investigation to verify if the complaint is valid or not. If it's valid, then we'll send out a courtesy notice, and then we'll schedule an inspection for 14 days later, and we'll do the inspection and verify if the issue has been resolved or not. If it's been resolved, we'll make contact with the property owner or the tenant and thank them for resolving the issue. And then the case is closed. So That's the process for a courtesy notice that gets resolved on the first go round. And then, as you can imagine, if it isn't resolved, then we typically will send out another courtesy notice. That's our practice, is to continue to send out courtesy notices. And until I think we would do 2 or 3, and if there was no contact with the property owner, we would try to contact them another way, or we would issue the notice of violation, which in a lot of cases will get their attention at that point.
I see. So it's almost a factor of 3 times the work.
It could be, or it could be even more, depending on if the property owner is non-responsive to the notice of violation.
Okay. So this 50 something, 60 something, it looks like 65. That top 5% is really, like 180 contacts. If we did a factor of 3.
Yeah, as the cases, if there's no response, then it becomes more challenging for staff and takes more time.
I guess this is a qualitative thing, and I know I'm asking, Mayor, but I'm just trying to understand a little bit more. Is the 60 something here, 65 or so, of that top, we're talking about that 5%. Is this, do they don't respond, they just blow it off?
So if we move on to a notice of violation after a courtesy notice, we have not received any response from the responsible party.
Okay. How many are renters?
I don't know.
I'm just wondering if you send a letter to the person living there, that might not ever get to, the renter might say, hey, it's not my issue, and the homeowner never gets.
Sorry, thanks for letting me clarify. So we send a letter to the home, and then we also send a letter to where the property owner gets their tax bill.
Okay. Okay. And Mr. Mayor, you're looking at opposing this. Can you state where you get?
Sure. So if we pass this tonight, as the staff report states, staff is proposing a couple amendments to chapters 8.24 and 8.25. So just to be clear, what we're doing and if this passes, what I see the impact of it is we are expediting perhaps a process that allows for us to issue notices of violation. The current process that we have states that nearly 90% of our courtesy notices are solved. 90%, 87% to be exact.
Right.
If this passes, that number one would provide that a courtesy notice of violation as an optional step of staff. With respect to Director Whalen's work in our community development work, that leaves a nuance around whether or not a staff has a particular decision-making power to give a notice to one person, a courtesy notice to one person, but X or Y person doesn't get one.
I see.
So we're opening up a box of nuance, nuance in some ways by allowing the shall, and I think City Attorney Casher spoke to, we could change that back to just remaining the current, right? And we will provide that courtesy. I would highly encourage that. We are also establishing a defined administrative hearing officer as opposed to what could be a public or people-centered Board of Appeal. I'm not sure that we've been following those procedures currently, but I think the city manager mentioned that we are from last meeting. That would be, again, what I read when I hear administrative hearing officer is one person instead of 3, which it currently states. And that also gives nuance to that individual having authority around the appeals process as opposed to multiple individuals, at least 3. Moreover, and I spoke about this at our last council meeting, we've had residents come to us and say, this tree is in public or city of Pinole property in my backyard. And we said, no, this is your property. And we found that we are actually wrong in those situations. And so again, what I'm seeing perhaps, and I can't, I can only envision the impact of what we do when we change an ordinance. And remember, this is our law, right? This is the law change. I'm seeing a more punitive system that we're not necessarily ready for. We have public commenters speak today. Code enforcement is not new to Pinole, but we're redeveloping our code enforcement program. I think that's perhaps why this is coming back to our council, is because there's recognition of work being done and perhaps a way for us to move forward. One of the ways I've identified is let's get the data and let's see what the problems are. Well, thank you, Director Whalen. You provided us the data from our last meeting that says there are 3 specific issues that we should be centered around education on our community so that folks can understand why they are not in line with our municipal code, and perhaps how we can help as a community and as a city to get them in line with the municipal code. I don't think that we should take away the current process that allows for there to be an opening for us to educate people more, as opposed to a clear decision point, frankly, by city staff at this, if this is passed, that upholds or determines how folks move forward in this in action around municipal code violation. So just to conclude, yes, it is about the courtesy notice, but it's really about the principle as to how we see public education and how we bring our community along with us. And I think that why I said this is a little bit perhaps too quick is that we haven't done the work enough to educate the public around these 3 things. We just got the data for ourselves as a council. Last meeting, we didn't know that 87% of the courtesy notices were solved by the time they came. We didn't know that. We got that data tonight or through this staff report. We didn't know that the 3 top violations were what I said earlier. We now know that. And my hope is that this is a beginning of the process where we actually understand more of this code enforcement and understand what the issues are and how people are perhaps not following our municipal code. I don't want to erase the reality that perhaps breaking municipal code can be a quality of life issue. It can hurt people. It can be an issue for the health and safety of our community. And also, there are better ways to make sure that we address the issues and the violations, as opposed to expediting a process that, frankly, it appears that oftentimes either there is some determination around who's right and who's wrong, and then some folks simply in our community, frankly, because they are hard workers and folks go to school and work and our mothers and fathers, they just simply don't know the rules. And it is our job as a city council and as a city staff to educate them. And we are just getting there. And I'm really, again, proud of our staff for pushing us in this way. But this is not, I don't think, where we should be right now. And I hope that clarifies a little bit more about why I'm opposed to this ordinance at this point.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Murphy, for first off requesting this data to be on this report, but also really just getting into why you oppose this ordinance. I also want to thank public speakers, Ms. Rupert and Mr. Menace, and really any public speaker who spoke on their own experience with code enforcement to the council. I'm always going to think about this from the perspective of safety, human safety. And from my understanding, the reason for making courtesy notices optional is to take swifter action on code enforcement violations that pose safety risks to the public. And so my question is, with 87% of code enforcement cases being closed after achieving compliance with the courtesy notice, violations in cases being closed after compliance with the courtesy notice. Are there examples of the other 13% of code enforcement cases where the unresolved status resulted in impacts and injury or public health?
Councilmember Sasai, was that a question for me?
Yes, I can repeat it if you like. So my question was, are there examples in other 13% of code enforcement cases where the unresolved status impacted public health or resulted in injury?
That the city has been made aware of?
Yes.
I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. And so naturally, when thinking about this and really anything at all, want to work towards a less punitive response. The data that is put forward for us right now is really not pointing towards a need for a more punitive response or even streamlining of a punitive response. And so that will definitely impact the way I vote on this ordinance. And thank you for answering the questions and for the background.
Thank you. Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. A couple of things come to mind. I saw also the great percentage of people who responded to the courtesy, the first notice of violation, and I would say yes, it's a violation of a code. Absolutely, it is a violation of a code. We can soften the language, but it is what it is. But the data that I'm taking a look at is attachment C, and it's a bar graph, a horizontal bar graph, and the outdoor storage.
Councilor Martinez Rubin, do you mind telling us the page number of the package?
I'm looking at it on my phone, and I don't see. Oh, hold on.
121.
Thank you. Page 121, attachment C, the horizontal bar graphs. And what catches my eye, of course, are the ones that are the cases with 3 or more notices of violation. If we take a look at those, it's the water leaks with the highest percentages, the outdoor storage accumulation, and kind of half and half with the unpermitted tree removal. But it's the those outdoor storage accumulations, and we saw a couple of images of that during our last meeting, and it's that kind of visual effect, some would say impact, that is that nuisance that some neighbors don't even dare submit a request or a request to our city to have someone from the city help them out and do something about their neighbors' ill behavior. And so a couple of things come to mind. I think some of us were on council at the time when there was a great discussion on the dais about whether code enforcement would be organizationally under community development or under the police. And as it happens in other cities, and it could happen in other cities. And we leaned toward having code enforcement under community development as it is today, largely because of the approach that was going to be taken, and that is to allow for the education to occur and the way the process is laid out now, and notifying people about when they violated any of the nuisances, any of the codes related to nuisances. So just speaking from professional experience in wanting to do something about preventing negative impacts, or in the case, what Councilmember Sasai brought up, trying to cite instances when the failure to provide something preventive actually resulted in a damage, and we don't have that data. That's what makes prevention so difficult. that it's hard to sell. It's hard to come up with the data in the absence of the effects that we're trying to prevent. So the flip side of this is that we don't have the data to demonstrate that there was harm. Also, taking a look at how effective the programming is. It's working. But the other aspect of this, I'm thinking too, is if we can make the exception. I'm thinking about the Mr. Menes who commented. So taking a look at those cases or categories of violation where the most time is spent by staff, and a disproportionate amount of time is spent on staff. It's almost like that Pareto principle, 20-80, usually 80% of time is spent on 20% of the situation. And it's probably that way here, even though the data doesn't absolutely reflect that. But I'm thinking that is probably what deserves attention. Perhaps we could take a look at the language to have an exception or a different kind of process to address and I'm not sure if this is the right term, the recalcitrant, the reticent individuals or cases so that we continue at the program as is, but design a process that focuses on people that historically, not people, not individuals, but the cases or the categories of violations that historically have been problematic in Pinole. So that's what I would say. So we're not abandoning this idea of allowing time for education, absolutely. But I also have to think about, again, going back to professional experience, it's those most difficult cases that absorb so much time, no matter how much education you put out there. People just, there's going to be a segment of the community that just doesn't respond. Another thing that occurs to me is that it's not only the working folks who sometimes have a difficulty in clearing up their spaces, but it's also seniors who aren't able to do so, or just physically anyone. They don't have to be senior age, but just physically they're not able to clean up their area. But I do hesitate to group everyone in not recognizing what is quality of life. I think one can be messy, and it's fine when it's only one person being affected, but when it's about living in a neighborhood, living on a block, living on a parcel that where the proximity of the next parcel is such that what is on the yard or what's in the backyard is just visually unappealing. It begets more of that. Trash begets trash, litter begets litter. And until we say help and say no, there's a certain quality of a life that is that everyone deserves to have. And if you need more time to take care of the mess that's on your yard, then we can allow that. And the city does allow that. There is that possibility. And I just want to go back to this notion of the idea that the process is punitive. Might feel that way, but I don't think it was designed to be that. And I don't think the staff have operated that way because even organizationally, the way it sits, code enforcement sits, is in this area of community development. And that to me is about developing not only the households or the families, behaviors, attitudes, level of awareness of how they fit in with the rest of their block, the rest of the community, the rest of the neighborhood. There's space for that. It's not about pointing out that they are doing something just because someone says it's wrong. There's a reason for it. So there's a basis for it. It's a safety issue. And there's also the aspect of fostering a culture in our community that says, space that you have here in the neighborhood is your space to keep as well and as safe as you possibly can. And the city can assist you with that, but you also have to do your share. It's like there can be so many excuses that people don't do what they ought to because they believe in it's their property and they can do whatever they want on their property. But when you're in a neighborhood, it's really not like that. Do we want to enable that? I say no. I don't. And I also want to focus on having the educational component wouldn't be taken away. That's going to stay, I think. If we continue having code enforcement under this umbrella of community development, I don't think that's going to go away. And a change in the process might require that little tweak of making an exception to the cases that are the most, you can help me out with if I'm using the right word, like recalcitrant or reticent cases, the more difficult ones. But it still wouldn't take away from the interest in wanting to make a more expedient process so that those who are affected, negatively impacted by the violation of a few, don't continue to be negatively affected. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments? Questions?
So we're really only talking about 22 cases that went to 3 notices. Just doing the math on this in Councilmember Martinez Rubin brought up, like the water leak. Like there was one thing that was 100%. This person went the whole way through our process. But it looks like only 22 cases went the full distance. And to me, that just seems like a very small number, which would indicate to me that our system as is working and working well. I'm just trying to understand and I mean, Director Whalen, is that kind of accurate? 22?
Yeah, yes, definitely, Councilmember Tate. There are a small amount of cases that have to move on from a courtesy notice. The observation that staff has found over the last 6 months, year, and why we brought this to you this evening is that we thought that the code could benefit from having some flexibility in being able to move on to the official notice step in certain cases. And our intent was to continue with the current practice as a part of our code enforcement procedures to always issue a courtesy notice, except in cases where there are imminent health and safety issues, or there's repeat violations on the property, and there's a non-responsive person with those issues on the property.
Okay. I think, okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor, if I could also just offer, if the council is interested in, narrowing the types of cases that could move on and not receive a courtesy notice at staff's discretion, I would recommend that we bring that back to you. The sampling of code enforcement cases that you see in your packet are just from last calendar year. And so it's a snapshot in time. I would appreciate the opportunity to work with our code enforcement officer to talk with her about if these are the right category of cases to eliminate from the shall and to a may. So I wanted to offer that.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I'd be open to continuing this item. What I would also say is, or ask, outside of our 2 hearings, this one being the second and the first one being our last council meeting, in what ways have we engaged the public on this particular issue? I think what I'm hearing from our council a little bit is that there are residents who perhaps in those 19 people their quality of life is being affected. And if that is the case, having those stories to understand why out of 600 cases, 19 of those cases are so detrimental to our community that we have to change our current system that shows that 87% of those courtesy notices is working to address the violations. Perhaps those 19 stories are actually important for us as a council to know. And if that is the case, those are the additional data sets I think that would be valuable. Having this in front of us, I mean, it truly we didn't have this the last hearing. So having these data sets and these charts in front of us helps me, again, understand the issue of where our code enforcement perhaps needs to spend its time, right? In terms of just those 3 issues. And hopefully we'll see some videos come out around those 3 issues soon. But I also want to know, how might we involve residents in this, particularly because we are changing some of the more citizens engaged parts of the process. So again, perhaps like the appeals board and just having that, hearing administrator, I think that would be valuable. And yeah, continuing this item would be of interest to me for sure. Is that of interest to the council?
I'd be in favor of continuing this to see if we can get narrower on the courtesy notice piece.
You want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we continue item 9G to a future meeting.
I'll second. Any questions or comments?
Comment, please.
Sure.
Yeah.
Councilmember Thompson.
I heard what would be coming back a little differently than what how Councilmember Tom summarized it. I heard staff will take the opportunity between now and the time it comes back to us to identify how an approach that might work for those most difficult cases. Yeah, are we all hearing that? Okay, thank you.
All right. City Clerk Bell, there's a motion in a second. Can we call the roll to continue the item?
Yes, Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. And the last item, I don't know if, can you remind me, City Clerk Bell, was 9H also pulled?
No, just
Okay.
9I.
So 9I, we'll go to 9I.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, there were some questions of citizens
Mhm.
regarding 9H as far as, I'm wondering if we can have staff address that.
That's why we had it pulled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
City Manager Murray?
Yeah, I'm happy to address those. I think the questions were, and I think we had two members of the public comment on this. The question, as I understood it, was why did the prospective buyer make an original offer that was higher than what the city is, and that the city accepted, which is higher than what the city is now willing to accept? And as was laid out, I think in the staff report, the environment has changed. And the prospective buyer's understanding of the project and the requirements have changed. So whereas the buyer originally offered when they, did a high level assessment originally of what work was required, it was not as complete as they subsequently did. They learned that some additional improvements would be needed that are quite expensive, including installing fire sprinklers. So they weren't aware of the need to do that. That was going to add to their renovation budget and therefore, cut into what they were able to pay. In addition, really, since they submitted their original offer and now that we're at the point of actually considering completing this deal, financing costs have increased dramatically. They had, looked at what they thought the value of the property would be after they purchased it and renovated it. And subtracted essentially the costs of renovation. They had come up with their original offer price. As they continued to refine that and look at it further, they realized that the costs were going to be much higher and they're, only able to pay a lesser amount. We think, and we've done an assessment, an appraisal, done all sorts of research. This was the most attractive offer that the city received. It's attractive in a lot of ways because it was an attractive purchase price, as well as offered a number of units of housing, including one that was affordable, more units of housing than the other prospective buyers. And we understand we've done our due diligence, including having had an appraiser come in and take a look at the revised estimates and think that this is a fair price. So it's really that the circumstances have changed. It's become a more costly project than the prospective buyers originally anticipated. And that's why their offer has changed.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Are there any other questions from council on item 9H? All right, then we'll go to item 9I. And Councilor Cave, I think you pulled it.
Yeah, looking at this, and I brought it up at last meeting, and so I want to make a motion to table item I until the municipal code committee is able to bring back changes for municipal code hearings. The reason why I pulled this and the reason why I think that it's important for us to go through the process is that we would have something approved as a policy, but in conflict with our code. And if you look at our municipal code and read through it, there's several things in there that you could tell council moved and the municipal code needed to catch up. And so rather than go through that process, I'd like to motion table this until municipal code can review any consistencies or inconsistencies in what we're putting forth.
I'll second.
All right, any questions about the motion? City Clerk Bell, can we take a roll call on that vote?
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Were there other questions about item 9I? All right, so we did take action on item 9G and as well as item 9I. So that leaves items 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, and 9H that need official action. If folks would like to make a motion.
I'll move the remainder of the consent calendar.
I'll second. Okay.
All right. There's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tom, second by Tave. Any questions about the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, call the roll, please.
Thank you. Council members Martinez, Rubin,
Yes.
Pave, Desai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you so much for that conversation tonight. That means our next item is our public hearings. This evening, we do have one public hearing, which is, well, I'll read the beginning, which is citizens wishing to speak regarding a public hearing should fill out a speaker card prior to completion of the presentation by providing a speaker card to the city clerk. An official who is engaged in an ex parte communication that is subject of a public hearing must disclose the communication on the record prior to the start of public hearing. Item 10A is to conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution approving and authorizing and directing execution of a joint exercise of powers agreement relating to the California Municipal Code Finance Authority and approving a plan of finance, including the issuance of revenue bonds by the authority to finance and refinance a 33-unit multifamily rental housing facility for the benefit of Pinole Housing LP or another entity created by Satellite AHA Development or Development Inc. or Satellite Affordable Housing Associates or an affiliate, and certain other matters relating thereto city sale. This is an action item, and before we begin tonight, I will read an additional statement about this item. We are here this evening to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, also known as TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located, and that governing body approve the proposed financing. Satellite Affordable Housing Associates has asked that the California Municipal Finance Authority, also known as the CMFA, be the issuer of tax-exempt financing and an amount not to exceed $30 million to finance the acquisition, construction, and improvement of a 33-unit multifamily rental housing facility for low-income households to be located at 811 San Pablo Avenue in the city of Pinole. The CMFA is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. The debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city of Pinole will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regards to the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. It is recommended tonight that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the CMFA for the benefit of the borrower. Such adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and the California Government Code Section 6500. The resolution will also authorize the mayor or designee thereof to execute the joint exercise of powers agreement with the CMFA. Thank you for allowing me to get there. And I will introduce Director Whalen for our presentation tonight. Again, hi, Director Whalen, good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council, members of the public. Dave, do you mind advancing the slide here? Thank you for introducing that item. I'll just give a little bit of background on the project. In 2021, the city and Satellite Affordable Housing Associates, or SAHA, entered into an agreement to develop the vacant lot at 811 San Pablo Avenue with 33 units of housing affordable to very low and low income households. The property is owned by the city as housing successor to the former Pinole Redevelopment Agency. The city's agreed to provide an over $1 million purchase loan and a $3.2 million construction loan from low and moderate income housing funds at a 0% interest rate. And SAHA has completed the entitlement process and is anticipating being issued building permits in June of this year to start construction. Next slide, please. To finance a portion of the project, Saha has made an application to the California Municipal Finance Authority for issuance of tax exempt revenue bonds. Saha has requested that the authority serve as the municipal issuer in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $30 million of tax exempt revenue bonds. The proceeds of the bonds will be used for the construction, acquisition, construction, and improvement of the project in Pinole and will be owned and operated by Saha. The CMFA is a joint powers authority, which was formed in January of 2004 to assist with the financing of economic development, public benefit, and charitable activities through the state of California. Since its founding, CMFA has helped finance hundreds of public benefit projects, including affordable housing, cultural, economic development, education, healthcare, and pollution control plans. Next slide, please. In order for CMFA to assist with the financing of the project, the jurisdiction in which the project is located must become a member of the CMFA. There are no costs associated with membership in the CMFA, and the city will in no way become exposed to any financial liability by reason of being a member in the CMFA. And to date, over 350 municipalities have become members of the CMFA. In addition, participation by the city will not impact the city's appropriations limits and will not constitute any type of indebtedness by the city. In order for all or a portion of the bonds to qualify as tax exempt bonds, the city of Pinole must conduct a public hearing, which is the TEFRA hearing, and that provides the members of the community an opportunity to speak in favor or against the use of tax exempt bonds for the financing of the project. So following the close of this hearing, the council was then recommended to provide approval of issuance of the bonds for the financing of the project. Through its conduit issuance activities, the CMFA shares a portion of the issuance fees it receives with its member communities and donates a portion of those issuance fees to the Foundation for the Support of Local Charities. With respect to the city of Pinole, it's expected that a portion of the issuance fee attributable to the city will be granted by the CMFA to the general fund of the city, and such grant may be used for any lawful purpose of the city. Next slide, please. So with that, staff is recommending the council conduct the public hearing, and at the conclusion, adopt the resolution, which allows the city to become a member of the CMFA and approves the issuance of the bonds. We have a representative from the CMFA here tonight, Mr. Ben Barker, along with a representative from Saha, Ms. Mai. If the council has any questions about the process or the project, they're here to answer those questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Whalen. Are there any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes, I have a question. I'm wondering about on the previous slide that had all of the financing pieces. Has all of that been secured or is it projected?
My understanding is all of this has been secured. Non, are you available to confirm?
Hi, yes, good evening. I'm Nan, my project manager at Saha. Yes, all of these fundings have been secure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we will then open the public hearing and have members of the public make public comment. I'll now open the public hearing on item 10A. City Clerk Bell, are there any public comments?
Yes, thank you. In person, Rafael Menes.
Few questions about this item. Raise hand. Few questions about this item. Now the microphone's working. First off, I noted that on the financing slide, it looked like Saha wanted to claim roughly $15 billion worth of tax exempt bonds, but it's asking for authorization for $30 billion, I believe. And I was curious about the discrepancy between those two numbers. Secondly, I was wondering if there was a rough quantity for how much money the city of Pinole would get as its portion from the CMFA, the conduit activities, or how it works out? And finally, I guess my last question is the conduit funds are only for projects that directly involve the city. So assuming that these bonds basically don't create any liability for the city at all, they don't create indebtedness, they don't create legal liability, they don't create obligations. It's just the city holds this hearing and has the cost associated with holding the hearing. And in return, the borrower can get funds, and then the city gets a portion of the money that the borrower pays to get the funds. It seems like basically there's no downside to it. So I'm wondering if I'm missing something here, or if it's just as unequivocally beneficial as it appears. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Let me check online.
No, seeing none online, there are no more public comments.
Thank you.
All right. All right, not seeing any public comments, we will close tonight's public hearing on item 10A, and we'll go back to council for questions or comments. If possible, I know there was a question from the public. Perhaps we can get that answered by one of the reps. Mr. Cooper.
Thank you for having me, and good job tonight to the city and staff. That was a very extensive, perfect description of what's going on. So 3 questions. The $30 million is a not to exceed amount. It's a tax code issue that's in all bond documents and in the resolutions. The borrower cannot exceed $30 million, so they borrow under that amount. That's why there's that number. It's an estimated amount that we started working with quite some time ago when the project got underway. The next question is the fee sharing. The CMFA is the only governmental agency to really run this program. When bonds are issued for any type of project in the state, there's issuance fees. As part of the CMFA program, when we bring in issuance fees, we donate 25% of our fees to a nonprofit, 25% of our fees back to the local municipality. And in this case, the city will receive roughly $11,000 and some change. It'll really depend on when we finish the pricing of the deal and we issue the bonds and we get down to the exact dollar amount. It'll change a little bit, but the city can expect roughly $11,000. Again, the next question, I think what the question was is what can the funds be spent on? It is stated in a lot of detail on what the funds can go towards. It's in the resolution and in the indenture and in all the bond documents. But none of the funds can be spent on anything else other than what's stated in the resolution. There is about 5 different governmental agencies, equity and lenders overseeing the project through completion, making sure that all the funds are spent in accordance. I think that should answer all the questions.
Thank you. Other questions from council members? No questions, any motions or discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution that's on attachment A. And also note that the resolution will also authorize the city manager or designee to execute the JIPA with the CMFA, which is on attachment B.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Are there questions about the motion before we head to a vote? All right, not seeing any. City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Pave,
Yes.
Lasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
thank you. And thank you all for being here. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, council, will continue on with our next item, which is old business. There is no old business tonight, which brings us to new business, item 12, which is first 12A, the review of new logo concepts and providing staff direction. This is an action item, and we will have a presentation from Ms. Epps.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members, colleagues and neighbors. Oh. Can you hear me better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. My name is Fiona Epps. I'm the assistant to the city manager. Tonight we will be presenting new city logo concepts, and we ask that city council provide direction on the next steps regarding the adoption of the new city seal. The city seal and logo are the property of the city of Pinole, and it's used to identify official documents, personnel, facilities, property, and publication. The city of Pinole uses the official seal as its logo. And as part of the communication engagement plan adopted by the city council in October 2022, the city has been working with a consultant, Trepepi Smith, to develop new logo concepts, which will be presented shortly. Staff began to re-examine the seal as part of its branding work related to the communication and engagement plan. And therefore, we felt it important to include the history of our current seal in the staff report. The current city of Pinole seal portrays an image of a Native American man with arms crossed against a natural background containing San Pablo Bay, eastern foothills, 3 flying birds, sun and sky with a floral border, and the text City of Pinole, California, 1903. The original inhabitants of what we now know as Pinole were people part of the Lisjan Ohlone Nation, and they were settled in or near the Huichin and Carquin territory since time immemorial. Tragically, in the area of Pinole, the Ohlone population disappeared by the early 1800s due to European disease and coercive displacement efforts by European settlers. Over 150 years later, the Pinole Chamber of Commerce held a city seal contest, and the city seal in the chambers today was an indirect result of that contest. The winning design of that contest was a Spanish conquistador facing a bowl of pinole, and that's a food made from a ground seed and grain mixture. And the Pinole Chamber of Commerce, they went ahead with another design, and this one then portrayed a Native American man with a beard of an unidentifiable tribe standing with his arms crossed next to a large sun. And the character was believed to have been drawn based on Father Crespes, who was a Spanish missionary, based on his description of the Huichin people written in 1772. So that image was submitted to council for adoption in November of 1964. And an anthropologist wrote to council about 4 months later, refuting the accuracy of the way in which the Huichin man was represented. And to minimize the possibility of inaccurate representation, he suggested using a woman on the seal instead. Pinole became divided in opinion about the man in the design having a beard and if it was culturally representative. The division even drew media attention, and an article was written and published in the Oakland Tribune that was called A Bearded Indian from Greater Pinole. And then another design by Daniel Harvey, who was a local Pinole artist, was submitted to the city council. His design was later adopted as the official city seal on April 5th, 1965, and it most closely resembles our modern day seal that is here today. So last month, city staff met with Corina Gold, the tribal chair for the Confederated Villages of the Lisjan Nation, to seek consult about the continued use of the existing seal. And we are very grateful to Corina for sharing her time and her perspective with us. And I'll read a letter from Corina Gold. It was in response to the staff report. Dear Fiona, thank you so much for your email and sending the report to me to review. I'm so happy that you were able to find a bit of history about the original seal, even if it was not completely concrete. I will reiterate my comments about not using a Native person as part of your seal going forward. This is a great opportunity for the city to create something new that represents the past and the current population of Pinole. The man that is portrayed does not look like a traditional Ohlone person and has phenotypes of someone with European heritage. After years of fighting against the use of Native mascots, The tribe is thrilled with the city of Pinole moving towards the direction of not depicting a Native person as part of their logo or seal. We wholeheartedly support the city of Pinole completely changing your logo seal without the Ohlone man. The tribe looks forward to many more collaborations and meetings in the future. Thank you for letting us voice our opinions on this important matter. Uni, respectfully, Corina Gold, Tribal Chair of the Confederated Villages of Lisjan Nation. She's also the co-director of the Sogorea Teland Trust. So city staff wishes to steer away from the use of a human character in this seal to avoid all possibility of offense, exploitation, or inaccurate representation that commonly results from using a mascot. Today, many organizations are also avoiding the use of a mascot and discontinuing past practices of using a mascot. As I mentioned earlier, the city has been working with Trepepi Smith on a number of communication projects, including the new seal redesign. They have put together a collection of potential seal and logo designs. Kevin Boswick will present today, and he is an experienced creative director and manager at Trepepi. Over his career as a designer and creative director, Kevin has helped design and improve many logos. His recent logo work includes a new City of San Leandro logo, a new City of Napa water logo, and brand overhauls for the city of Livermore and the city of Oakley. So I'll hand it off to Kevin to present the designs and explain more of the rebranding process.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ms. Epps. And thanks to the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council for this opportunity. As said, the city embarked on this process of exploring what the options were, and I'm happy to have the opportunity here to run you through some of the logo development that's come out of that. Next slide, please. So what's the goal? The goal, next slide, please, is to figure out how to move forward with a Pinole logo that resonates for the community. And when we started this project, we started with the starting point of you have this logo from the 1960s that's been working well for a long time. Honestly, most logos should be reassessed every 10 to 20 years or so anyway. So it was time to think about the logo no matter what, but also given what we've heard about the appropriateness of this specific imagery in this logo, the conversation has more nuance to it. So when we started this, we weren't exactly sure. We didn't want to presume about what the recommendation was going to be about whether keeping it or moving on to a new option. So we started with the assumption that we might just need to modernize the existing logo, or we want to consider adopting a new logo. And we moved along those two tracks. Obviously, at this point, you've heard what the what staff's recommendation is. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the process. Next slide. A staff team and Trepepi Smith met and we did a in-depth interview to figure out where things were and where things should be. There was a good amount of research done about Pinole, but also informal conversation with staff to get a sense for what their experience told them about what it means to be Pinole and what that identity feels and could look like. Part of the research also included some analysis of neighboring city logos. I think of this as regional context, and actually at the end of this presentation, I can give you a little overview so you can see what that feels like, just so you can have a sense for where Pinole fits into the East Bay and the sort of Bay Area in general in terms of logo presentations. We then moved on and took some of that insight that we gained to create several logo options, including, as I said, creating some modernized versions of the existing logo. And then presented 8 brand new logo options, and then worked through staff feedback and a weighted survey to try to narrow those down so that we could present you with some recommendations today and give you an idea of where we are right now. And then obviously the input from the Confederated Villages of Lishan is obviously incredibly valuable in this conversation too. Next slide, please. So the stakeholder input. Next slide, please. It actually, we developed 8 logos, but then there were some extra sort of variations on there. We gathered this feedback. The survey that we did is a weighted system where respondents choose their most favorite, their next favorite, their next favorite. And through that, you can get an interesting sort of story out of things. So for instance, I'm going to show you what of the new logos was the most favored, generally speaking, broadly speaking, even though it wasn't the top favorite of some. What we found was that certain versions, people really loved them, and then someone else really loved a different one, and those didn't agree. But the one that is most favored had a broad appeal. The second and third top favorites that I'm going to show were more strongly appealing, but a little less broadly so. So that's just a little background on that survey that we did. Next slide, please. I won't waste more time. I don't think it can be said better than the letter that was read by Ms. Epps. Next slide, please. So some takeaways from the stakeholder interview, and this is what I think of as my Pinole is slide, and these bullet points helped drive the logo development. And that is that Pinole is diverse, it's community oriented. Somehow in the midst of the East Bay, it maintains this small town feeling. It has a lot of civic soul. And people talked about how much they love the high school events and sports. The fact that it feels natural. And one of the things that was remarkable to me was the idea of Pinole Creek running from the hills to the bay, just tying it all together. Another thing that I found fantastic was the number of people mentioned that Pinole almost felt like a portal, a hidden treasure, a Shangri-La that you get off the freeway and a weight comes off your shoulder and you're in Pinole. Obviously, it's low crime, family friendly, and long-standing residents all add to the texture of the community. But with all of that, there is also an impetus to move forward and to feel less old-fashioned, to appeal more to technology and current culture, and to stand out a little bit more in the region. So that creates this environment in which the logo development happened. And then I can just tell you stylistically, logos, particularly now with the huge digital presence of logo branding, they need to be a little more simpler, they need to be bolder, and so that's part of where the design went as well. So if you think about the existing logo being very pictorial, that is less the case now in common logo usage. Next slide, please. So on to the logo options. As I said, I am going to show this one modernized version just because we wanted to do the due diligence when we started this process. At this point, staff is not recommending it, and from the input that I've heard and the response I've heard, that seems to make sense to me as well. And then we have these 4 new logo design options. Next slide, please. Here's the existing logo. It doesn't feel current any longer, but that's not always a bad thing. Legacy logos, the history of a logo can be very powerful and meaningful. This one, however, comes with some of the issues that we've already discussed. So this is basically just summarizing the different logo options. We can just move to the next slide. Thanks. So here, of the different modernizations that were presented, this was the favorite. And I think it was the favorite because it is still recognizable as the existing logo, but in a much simpler, bolder style and much truer to what modern logos look like. Next slide, please. The most favorite. This is the one that I think as the portal. The coloring sets it apart from a lot of logos, particularly for cities. I love the balance of it, the creek that runs through the center and then exits out into the bay in the background there, and the golden hills in the background, and a little bit of a nod to the existing logo with the birds in the sky. As with all the other options on screen, you're seeing a vertical and a horizontal. One of our recommendations is that part of a new logo opportunity is the opportunity to have the logo in all the formats that you need it in. So you can see at the bottom there a horizontal version as well. So this was the most favorite, as I said earlier, that had the sort of broadest appeal. But there's a couple more here. Next slide. Second favorite. This one is strong and iconic. And when we put this together, one of the things, literally, I had gone on Street View and just taken a virtual drive around town. And the arch at the high school made me think of creating this version here. And then the way it's sitting on those two lines, it just gives a very nice base to the logo. And to my mind speaks to, it could be rails, it could be roads, which all is relevant to Pinole's history as having historical access to transportation. Next slide, please. The third favorite, and there's sort of two lumped on here because we had these two options of what I think of as a little bit more sort of community pictorial. If you look at them, you can see that the subtle P rising up in the sky there is in the logo. One version has a bridge and a tree and an extra house on the right. That's the only difference between the two. But these were both sort of options that got a lot of response as well. Not more broadly than the other ones that I've presented, but this was definitely in play. And this one was thinking more about presenting the livability of Pinole. One of the things in the bridge in there was that you've got a creek running through it. There's bridges all up and down the creek. But also those houses create a sort of upward arrow pattern there as well. Next slide, please. So I can show you now these side by side. Next slide, please. And here you can just get an overview. And obviously this is all in the packet and can be digested at your leisure. But these are all the options I just showed, with the modern one on the left, and then the top most favorite being next, and second favorite to the right of that, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. And here's just a little bit of that regional context to give you a sense for how this fits into the bigger environment. Next slide, please. So here on the right, you can see these logo options. And then on the left, you can just see a collection of regional logos and neighboring cities. And this is just to show you the diversity of what's out there, but also to help you think a little bit about how logos make you feel and how you relate to some of these places. And, I'm not going to call out any ones on the left as good or bad. They may speak to their communities in different ways. And I'll leave it to you whether they're successful or not, and what about that makes it so. That will help you as you think about these logo options on the right. And then the last slide, next slide, please. This is just some related entities in the area. So there's some Pinole imagery there on the left, and then the more like chamber logos and some schools and those kinds of things. All of this just meant to help inform the conversation about how Pinole can move forward and have a logo that resonates with the community and takes it into the next 10 to 20 years of branding. And that's the final slide. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Do we want to go back to Ms. Epps or go to council questions?
I'm available to answer any questions.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. We'll go to council questions. Any questions about the presentation before we have comment? Excuse me,
Right.
Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I envy your job. You get to be creative. We heard about staff input. Can you tell us about the process to obtain community input? There's definitely here an opportunity for people to comment and it's up a lot of opinions certainly, but I think if people are going to live with it, here's a chance to engage. It's a chance to engage folks on something that's relatively, well, oh, maybe I'm gonna have to eat my words. I was gonna say relatively simple. I don't think anything's that simple in Pinole. But thanks, you caught my humor there. Anyway, opportunity for people beyond staff to comment on this. Tell us about that.
Yes, well, that's one of the things that we were hoping that we could have a discussion that the council could discuss today and provide some direction to staff on. We would definitely like to get community input moving forward. Some suggestions that I might have would be to create some kind of a forum where the public is able to give their opinions and ideas about logos, similar to what we did with the community corner, where people could kind of post their ideas. But you know, the overall goal is for us to have a discussion about what the next steps will be today, based on what council will, you know, direct us to do. And then we can return back to council at a future meeting with some more fine-tuned proposed logo concepts that have been given community input.
Other questions?
No, I'll have comments for later. Thank you.
Okay, just a side question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Boswick and Ms. Epps for this. Can you speak a little bit to the decision-making process or create a process in deciding the color schemes that were chosen for these different proposed logos, and also the decision-making process for the typefaces as well? How intentional were you all with that?
I will let Kevin answer that question for you.
Absolutely. So one of the things to know is that these logo options were presented with some different color variations earlier on in the process, and these were the favored versions of those. If I had to sort of step back and analyze myself as to why these colors are resonating more, I would say that one of the things about modern logo appearance is to take the color and then have the sort of white space in between it. So you can see here that all these logos are the colors don't abut to each other, right? And that's helpful in a practical sense in that you can easily create, for instance, a all white logo that would appear on dark backgrounds. But it also gives the opportunity to use some lighter coloring and create some of these interesting sort of color spectrums within a logo. If you consider your legacy logo, it's, as I said before, it's very pictorial, and as such, it needs to use some really bold colors and bold high-level contrasts to work. And what we have here is the opportunity to work with some of these other colors, and the ones that seem to resonate with people who responded to the options were these tones here. I will say that it also, when I look at the slide that shows them relative to a lot of the other ones, it's one of the elements that makes this set of options stand out from the regional context and other logos in the environment. Same thing with the font, which is that initially options were presented with different font variations in different ways. And it was pretty clear across all the options that this one sort of text treatment, which was using this all caps serif font for the name Pinole, and then using this sort of smaller modern sans serif font down below, was a combination that added just the right elegance, but not feeling too old-fashioned. And that's how we landed there. And really the response to this combination was so pronounced that we ended up applying it to all of the logo options.
Thank you so much.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, did you have any questions?
Can you tell me again, the stakeholders, was that just staff or was it other folks also that kind of weighed in on the initial graphics?
Yeah, so there was the initial project team was, it was Mr. Murray and then Fire Chief Wincoop. Also, then you had representatives, you had Finance Department Head, Markeisha Guillory, HR Director, Stacy Shell, Community Services Director, Jeremy Rogers, and then Community Development Director, Lily Whalen, that we heard from earlier tonight.
Okay, great.
That was the interview set. I can't speak exactly to who all got the survey. The survey was not huge and wide, but I believe there were a few more names in there than this.
Okay.
So, sorry if I may, Kevin, my recollection is, so I know they use the term stakeholders. Stakeholder simply is the department heads. But we had a focus group that I think all of the department heads were invited to, and all department heads attended, except I don't know. I think Eric wasn't available, but everybody else, including City Clerk Bell, all the department heads participated, and that was the stakeholder group. It was intentional that we haven't had a public engagement process yet, because we wanted to go through do some advance work to get to some options that we thought were at least heading in the right direction before making it too wide open a process. And as Ms. Epps stated earlier, I think an appropriate next step in this process is to get some feedback on some of these designs, or for the city council to ask Pepe Smith to do some different iterations and get some feedback, but on a limited set of designs, so it's not too wide open. Now, we do want that public engagement process to be accepting of brand new ideas. And when Ms. Epps said, next step, a logical next step, we think would be to return to the city council, perhaps both with some new iterations, but also with a summary of all the public engagement. So we want the community, and it's been intentional that the advance work was kind of done to get us a couple options that we think are heading in the right direction, and then get council to provide feedback, and then to move forward with more public engagement.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
All right. Councilor Tabe, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I know that, and to Councilmember Martinez Rubin's point, I think you were centering around some of the history component, and I'm wondering, how was that taken into consideration in the new iteration? Maybe.
You're referring to the,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
are you referring to the history of Pinole?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm thinking of the rail lines that run through Pinole. I'm thinking of just our general history, and I mean, it's about 60 years, right? That's a long time and a lot that's happened. And I'm just trying to see, I know we're going for a modern look, but is there a way to you added the bird in the second one, and that's kind of pulling me, but I'm just wondering what other elements could be added to kind of touch on the history of the city. We have a lot of murals, we have a lot of artwork. I'm just wondering if there's ways to incorporate that into a logo. Full disclosure, I am not a logo. I am the wrong person to ask about this. Like, I don't have any, I'm looking, these all look the same to me. Like, I mean, I have no, outside of the one that's 60 years old, right? So that just gives you some context, but I'm just wondering, how do we do that magic where we add some history in there?
Yeah, no, thanks for that. So in our initial conversations, there was no obvious historical element that really seemed to say enough or to say at all about Pinole or its history that would also then sort of work moving into the future. And so what happened is we ended up going to sort of this more sort of this feeling of the logo and trying and honestly moving simpler. And one of the things about simpler is that there's less to exclude people, right? So one of the things about the pictorial legacy logo is that it speaks, to a lot of history, but it also gets some things wrong by today's viewpoint, right? And so that's the direction we took here. Now, that being said, community input would be a fantastic place to see if there's any kind of consensus around a historical element that does actually resonate and mean something to the broad swath of the community.
Great, thank you.
Great. So what we'll do is we'll go to public comments and then we'll come back to our council for staff direction. So if there are any comments from the public, City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Yes, we do. We have Helena Mazzariello. Okay, you can take the podium, please.
Hi there, everybody. You're doing a great job of staying alert and awake. I've been here 5 hours. I've learned a lot. I don't have the, I do certain things really, really well, but the kind of logistics and how you show up and how you work together is phenomenal. So this is really easy for me. I was mostly concerned with Karina Gold and how she felt and how Indigenous people felt about the original logo and that there were changes. And I just found out about this late last night. Everybody I knew, and this is all on Facebook. This is just from Facebook. So this is late at night. I was able to contact her through Facebook. I'm sure I got a message back, but I haven't heard yet. And everybody else I knew were like, "We love the logo." So it was right on that point. And you did a great job of explaining the history, Ms. Epps. Thank you. So that was like, oh, okay. And so now personally, I didn't plan on this, but the other logos look like they belong in a bank and not this city. I like the newer logo, and considering the reason I'm here, and I did go to art school, I would take out the Indigenous person and leave that newer logo because it's nice. I would stick another bird in there. Pinole means nourishment. Before they got wiped out, they fed these starving people with something that came from an acorn. So I really like Oakland's oak tree. I like Walnut Creek's oak tree. Just take him out, put a bird in there someplace, and put an acorn or maybe a piece of an oak tree. But that's me. And if you saw where I live, it's very natural, and I take pristine care of the creek, and I've got 30 type trees on my property, and I just got 5 more. An acorn. Make him into an acorn. Thank you.
All right, are there any other public comments?
Thank you. We do have one online comment.
Irma report.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, I don't want to be insulting. I don't like the logos at all. They're simple. You're talking about people selecting who don't live in the community. I've been here over 40 years. The history is so important. Why don't we make it fun? Take it out to the schools, to the kids, have a contest, to the community. Have everybody get excited about bringing a logo together. It seems to me that this is so isolated and so just a few people making these logos, and they're dull and boring. They really are. I don't think they say anything. The color's awful. I mean, to me, bring out the community, engage the community. We have an artisans group. I'm pretty sure at the schools, they can talk about the history. Let's have a contest and bring everybody out and get excited. I do agree that I didn't like the logos at all. They were horrible. I mean, I think we can do better, but I just don't like people selecting something without other people being a part of it who've been here and lived here and have a lot to say. So, and Mayor and Council, let's take it out to the community and make it fun, because we have to last. This is a permanent situation, and we have to engage everybody and make an effort to do that. And like I said, I think we can do much better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Rafael Menes.
Thank you. So a few points I'd like to make on this. First off, I recognize that a lot of people feel a historical attachment to the image as it's existed for several decades and to the person that's depicted in the image. But I feel that for the same historical reasons, that the opinion of the member of the surviving tribe, the Confederated Villages of Lisjon, should govern, frankly, our opinion about what's appropriate to have in the seal and what is not. Because in our land acknowledgement, we say, you know, we want to work together to achieve greater fellowship and understanding with the Ohlone people. And on this item, one of the smaller things the city can do, they're asking us to get rid of the person in the seal because they view it as inaccurate and as insulting. So I think that just in the spirit of our land acknowledgement and our effort to work with the communities that we've displaced as a city, that it would be worthwhile to accept their point, regardless of which logo design we end up going with. So I'm strongly opposed to just the straight up modernization with an image of a person in it. I also think that it's worth noting that based on how I read the agenda, tonight's action isn't the city's going to adopt a final logo and that's it. This is just the start of a process where things can go out to the community and get further engagement. And I loved Irma's suggestion that we can maybe go out to the schools, go out to the artisans group and get more feedback there. Hopefully the Community Service Commission, well, I imagine the Brown Act means they probably can't discuss it tomorrow, but it might fall into something they can discuss a bit maybe. But finally, I guess with regards to the options that were made available, I'd also like to say that there's potentially with, I think it was 3A and 3B, sort of the P rising up out of the building, there's potentially some unintended visual associations with that particular combination of images that there aren't with the other logos that the city might want to avoid. I think that the whole railway tie-ins and the ability for the logo to be sort of a sideways P with option 2 worked nicely. I liked the variety of colors there. But I do agree that a lot of the logos feel relatively abstract and disconnected from Pinole as a whole. So it would be beneficial to try and reach out to the community, get something that's more grounded and representative of Pinole, but without, causing offense. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, so we'll bring it back to council for comments or other additional questions. Other council members? Councilor Tate?
Yeah, I think that this is a good start, but again, we really got to engage our community, as some of the public commenters made. And I think that's where we're going to see those nuances, right? That might be able to be woven in to these logos or may change it altogether. I would like to see a little bit of a head nod to Pinole's history. Now how that happens, I mean, that's the like those two lines that we're going through look like rail. It may not be as and forgive me, I'm trying to articulate like art and I'm not really but some way to accent that our history in the logo would be great for me, and I think great for the community too. I just don't know how that would manifest itself in a logo, because I know that, like you mentioned, you're making it simpler so that it's not saying too much or saying too little. And I get that part, but finding that balance would be almost impossible for me to do. So I just wonder, I guess we're just going to put this back into the community's hands to really come up with something, and I know it'll be great. So I'm just kind of putting my faith in that, and my colleagues, because they have a little bit more art background than I probably do. But thanks, Kevin. Really appreciate the help.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. The one logo that sort of came in first with staff on the staff report, there is a logo above that has bolder colors, and that one didn't rate, but I think it's worthwhile having that as an option that goes out to the community. But I do want to note Helena's comments because the one thing that I liked was the restructured seal minus the depiction of the indigenous man, because those colors were bolder. The one thing that I did notice on the color schemes, of most of these, is they might be a popular color scheme in 2023, but I don't know, having something bolder, I think spoke to me, and I kind of noticed that in some of the other seals from other cities, is that the Martinez had a very deep blue. What was it? I think Oakley and Walnut Creek have deep green. So I wouldn't shy away from, kind of a bolder color palette. But again, I'm like Council Member Tave. I know, I know I like it when I see it, but I can't really depict why. So.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tom. Councilor Martinez Rubin?
This is fun, huh? Oh, okay. Let me give you my immediate reaction, and I'm sure it's going to be included among everyone else's when this gets out to the public. With the logo that was considered in first place, that's the second one that I see there. So just want to understand, I am seeing the hills behind the bay. Those yellow things there, are those hills or what are those? Or is the green the hills? So I wondered about that. And then with the second one, frankly, it looks like a hat and not a portal. And there were people who were part of the design committee for the school, if that's what inspired you about the arches. The arches have something to do with the Spanish history that Pinole has. Also could be considered European. Let's see. And then the lighter or logos on the right-hand side, I didn't realize that was a P. Is the blue circle supposed to be a sun or a moon or either? So you don't have to answer, but that's what's occurring in my mind. And considering that Pinole is a place to live, and modern to me means modern homes that's supposed, those little house-like structures or drawings are supposed to represent that. Going back to getting away from being offensive to any one group, I think what happens, understandably, there's never the best depiction for any single person, especially in a multicultural society. So the notion of taking away a human-like image is right on. The universal aspect of the logo on the far left still means to me that we all shared land. It's not about ownership of that land and how that's depicted. It's not about who came first or last. It's not about what year we're looking at this logo. To me, the land that's there, I mean, it is Pinole. The hills are Pinole. The bay is Pinole. I don't see the creek, but then, our creek leads into the bay. So, we could have discussions about that. The idea of having in the far left logo something historic, to me, what I'm thinking of in its minute sense, and this is something that Helena brought up, Pinole originates from the earth, from seeds. And this discussion has given me pause to look at the seal that's behind us on the dais. And I think for the first time, I have noticed that there are little seeds, I think that's what they are, in between the flowers on it. So even as tiny as that, a seed connoting perhaps, yes, nourishment, food, sustenance, that crosses any decade. And that holds true, the need to be grounded to the earth that we share. It's not only a 1903 desire, I think, or even preceding that, but it's 15 years into the future and beyond. It's having a place that's clean, that's pristine, that's natural. That's what I think of when I see the one on the far left, minus the image. Thanks for listening. And I am curious about that subtle P that you call, because it looks to me like a basketball court, basketball basket. Thank you.
This is actually very fun. I do this often. So it is so fun doing this with my fellow colleagues on council. I'm used to taking the direction, but it's great to be here. Councilor Sasai.
I have a lot of thoughts spinning in my head, so I apologize if my thoughts aren't too organized. First thing I thought of when we were getting to this discussion of a new city seal or logo is really the indigenous individual who's depicted there, and the thought of removing that depiction could in one way be seen as erasure, further erasure of indigenous people in Pinole. And so, although that was a thought in my head, another thought I had was, it's not up to me. It's up to the folks who occupy this land before us to make these decisions. And the letter from Karina Gould, they were very, very clear about their stance on what our approach should be to this, and the use of a mascot is not something that they would be comfortable with. So I respect that. I defer to them on that. Second thought I had was, we just ought to be intentional with this design. It may not be used for the next 100 years, but it may be used for the next 20, 30, 40 years, right? So, one thing that this report mentions, and on page 3, is an economic development specific logo. And one thing that I bring back from my travel to the Philippines, I just got back a month ago, was, first off, that place changed a lot, but also just looking at how they approach economic development and design. There was one city of Pasig, right next to Metro Manila. And what they did is they have a corporate seal that is very traditional, very intricate, and it's used on official city documentation. And then they have a economic development logo, which is what is mentioned here, which is more of a modern logo that's used for engagement and in the community and social media outreach and all these things. Another thing that I, thought was interesting here was the stakeholder input that was mentioned. And one line that I saw in the presentation was, Pinole is community oriented and diverse. And that immediately brought me to two logos that I saw from the sort of the different cities around us and what they're doing. City of Berkeley, that immediately to me says diversity. Our community is diverse when you have those different shadows of faces and in different colors, that really embodies that. When I think about the city of Oakland and the tree and the roots, right? That's something that to me is timeless, but also reflects the roots of culture in Oakland and the people who shaped it. And so, I once again think we should be intentional with this and also engage the community throughout this process. And so I'd like to make a motion to establish an ad hoc committee to collaborate and guide our consultant and appropriate staff on designing a corporate seal and economic development specific logo and branding style guide, and bring that back to the council and to our community.
All right. That is a motion. If you don't mind, Council Member Sasai, I do have a couple comments about before that motion, if that's okay. Thank you for your comments. I did want to just mention, so I have a lot of opinions. I don't not need to give them today. Sometimes I need creative rest. So today is one of those days where I would appreciate creative rest. First of all, Ms. Epps, thank you so much for taking on this project. This is a big deal. And I know that in having conversations in the public in the last just 48 hours, I know that this project in particular is going to be something that will certainly engage people. But also I think it's going to, there's going to be a lot of stories that we will unfold and stories to be told. And I want to center around that because I know that I actually today don't necessarily care for the options. Thank you, Kevin and the Tripepi team for development of these options. But I know that, I've been here before and some of my own clients where oftentimes we start somewhere and we will end completely different in 6 months somewhere else. And I know you all are conscious and I see smiles. So I know you're conscious around that. What I want to center us on that I think would be helpful for Tripepi is to understand where we have come from. And I'm not talking about 1903, the development of Pinole, which we have outlined in the staff report, but I am talking about the partnership that we have and are still developing. So 2 years ago, when I joined council, I noticed that our particular council procedures and agenda did not include a land acknowledgement. And the work that we did at that time was to not only think about what a land acknowledgement looked like, but why a land acknowledgement was important. Part of that relationship and part of that occurrence ended up being a relationship with Karina Gaud, who sat down with myself and I believe City Attorney Kasher at that time to talk about what a land acknowledgement meant, especially in a public forum, in a public setting. And, when we read that land acknowledgement, every meeting, that language was developed, not just put something on a paragraph at the top of the agenda. That language was a commitment of partnership. It was a language that says specifically, right, we look forward to continuing our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. And so the land acknowledgement was really the beginning of that. And I heard today that, and I hear concerns, which is, completely plausible around whether or not we're changing our logo. I think most of the council will agree we're not changing our logo today. What we're doing is continuation of a partnership with Native people. And in that, we're thinking about the histories that have been told to us, perhaps honest histories and also perhaps untruthful ones. We are starting, and we have started with a land acknowledgement, but we're continuing, and this is why the city staff circled back with City Manager Murray and of course our assistant to the City Manager, Fiona Epps, to think about ways that we can continue that relationship with the local tribe. But also, again, in knowing history, we also have to acknowledge sometimes that, especially in the United States, our history, we not only have to honor it, but we have to address the issues that are occurring. And in my experience and what we've known and what we've heard from our partners, that the current seal is actually offensive. And I don't want it to be dismissed that we can just take out a person and think that that offense is not something that has to deal with redress, right? When someone hurts you, you don't just say, I didn't hurt you and then move on. You acknowledge that, right? And then you create a partnership to address that harm and hopefully don't do that harm again. And I think that's really important in this conversation. I want to say that to the Tripepi team, and I want to say that to the public, because I don't want folks to think we're changing our logo just because someone said so. No, we're changing our logo, hopefully, because it's the right thing to do. And what we currently have has been offensive to an entire community who are actually here right now today in Pinole. And that's important in development and engagement of the process that we move forward with the public. I'm really excited about this process because I think that this is indicative of the diverse community that we have in Pinole, and also the framework that we've developed in our strategic plan that says that we actually are thinking ahead for the next 10 or 20 years. So this is overdue. And this is a part of our communications and public engagement plan, but we have the opportunity now to think about those questions and elements that we want to reference in our logo. I heard tonight nourishment. I think about Pinole and I think about nourishment. I love that term. I think about Pinole and I think about our land and I think about the green spaces we have. I think about Pinole and I think about, of course, the empathy and inclusion that we have in our schools and in our community. And I think those elements have to be reflected in our logo. I don't see those elements, to be honest with you, in these logos, but I think that exploration has to be addressed through the public engagement process. So I just wanted to mention that. Two other things I want to mention is I would love for us to reach out to Pinole artisans. I think there would be a great partner in this work as we develop both the plan and as we develop more options that would center around what could be a new local concept. And then I know I'm always going to mention this, but we have a fun, and Tripepi team may not know, but we do have a fantastic tool called the Balancing Act, which allows for folks to prioritize online what is important to them. And in this case, we can have that module set up to prioritize which logo best fits, or we can prioritize what people see as important elements in a logo. So we can actually have a multi-phase participatory engagement process that allows for us to understand, again, what folks see in the current logo that they really admire. Again, I think each of us as a council, we just said we have so many things that we can bring, but the fun and I think the more intricate process is how might we create a logo that really addresses the history, honors it, but also redresses that and also creates an opportunity for the next 20 years. So thank you, Councilmember Sasai. I wanted to just say those things because I think that is my main direction. I do also want to say that there is a current technology and communication subcommittee that we do have. If you do want to move forward with your motion, that is totally fine, but I did want to acknowledge that we have a committee that allows for that to be developed if that is of interest to you. But again, there is that's an open motion and an open offering to you. So that being said, Councilmember Sasai, if you want to go, or we'll continue on conversation.
Sure. I'd like to continue the motion, but also maybe add on to the motion a little bit now. So I'd like to make a motion to establish an ad hoc committee to collaborate and guide a consultant alongside Karina Gould and the Pinole artisans and appropriate staff on designing a corporate seal, economic development specific logo, and branding or style guide to bring back to the council and the community.
Right, is there a sec, Councilmember Tate?
Can I ask the public engagement component to be included in the motion? Only because the committee can then take that to I'm not sure process wise if that's the appropriate way to do it. I'm sure Kevin and everybody will kind of guide that, but I really want that committee to meet. It's similar to what you were just motioning, but to also have that component for the public engagement as we're developing design. That would be the only, I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or if you could add that part in there as well.
Would you like me to restate the motion? with
I think
the
that would be
amendment?
helpful, yep, if you want to include that piece there.
Okay, I will make a motion to establish an ad hoc committee to collaborate with and guide our consultant alongside Karina Gould and the Pinole artisans on designing a corporate seal, economic development specific logo, and branding or style guide, and have a public engagement process in that committee, or in the process of that committee designing these logos to bring back to the city council and to our community.
I'll second.
Okay, any questions or comments? Mayor Pro
Was-
Tem Tom?
Yeah, we have Trepepi on board to work on a seal. What about an economic development logo? I mean, those seem like two different things. That be a scope amendment for the contract?
So we actually have a different consultant waiting in the wings, already under contract to do the economic developments modification to whatever seal we come up with. That was actually part of the scope of work for the economic development strategy. So that group is kind of waiting to see what is developed for the main seal or logo to then develop something that's specific to economic development. And I do think it sounds like, so some cities have as Councilmember Sadai was mentioning, some organizations have a seal that they use for certain things. They have a logo that they use for other things. So I think one possibility for the city council to consider is, doesn't want to have a seal, a logo, and then a separate economic development. And that would really be targeted towards marketing Pinole to attract certain types of businesses. So I think that will be something that the city council will make a decision on, or if we decide to create this ad hoc committee, that would be something that group could decide on. I will say that the Trepepi's scope of work under the current contract is they've done about as much work as they were required to do under that contract. So if we want them to do, I think they owe us maybe one other, a couple other iterations. If we're going to engage them on a broader process, we will have to have a contract amendment, and we can get a quote from them about what that would be.
Mayor Pro Tem Tom, did you have that? Okay. Councilor Martinez Rubin?
Yes, couple things. I favor community involvement to some degree. It's got to be, but the facilitation of that as a process needs to come from other than the community to provide some structure, some organization. The other piece of that comes to mind is when we talk about community. Yes, I would love the artistry of the artisans. But I also think of them as volunteers, yet another volunteer nonprofit group that I do not hear is going to be compensated for their time. So I think when we talk about equity and wanting to foster that, I think we also have to think about how do we best involve people with specific set of skills, years of accumulated appreciation for art, things artistic. So they've got definitely a role to play here, but I'm having a little trouble with not hearing about hearing a scope of work augmented, or perhaps the contract augmented, because we're now asking for further involvement, perhaps, without also talking about compensating volunteers.
Just to be clear, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, my suggestion to involve Pinole artisans is not part of the motion. So the motion on the table is great in itself and perhaps, will be decided on by the council. I was making a suggestion to the team at Trepepi as well as Ms. Epps around involving Pinole artisans, how that involvement happens is up to our council. I mean, if you are if you'd like to make a motion to, set a formal contract or a future agenda item to have that to support them, I certainly would be in support of that, but the current motion doesn't discuss Pinole artisans specifically. So that was an offering to our team and to the Tripepi team. But we would have to have a formal motion to move forward with a contract to pay Pinole artisans for their services if they are engaged in that type of work. So I just wanted to clarify that because those are, I think, two separate ideas that I heard you mix together.
And I often do, don't I?
Right.
Mix the ideas. So thank you. Yes, I think you heard what I was attempting to say, and that is, to the extent that the Pinole artisans will get involved, I think we ought to discuss how, but I also heard an ad hoc. So I'm wondering about, as in previous motions that we made about forming ad hoc committees, we've also talked about the composition. And so that's another matter, I think, I don't know whether we discuss it tonight or just leave as is and have staff propose something to us and bring that back.
Councilor Sasai, just real quick, did you have a suggestion on the ad hoc committee composition? And if not, that's fine. I just wanted to ask because that wasn't a part of the motion.
No, that's not part of my motion at all, but I'm willing to see who on the council is interested in being a part of that ad hoc committee, and then eventually taking that to vote if needed.
Okay. And so what I did hear from you is that you anticipate if the motion was approved, that would be an ad hoc committee of only council members. We have done ad hoc committees of non-council members and perhaps even like non-council members as well. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Tave and then Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yeah, I was just thinking as we were talking, the ad hoc committee, in my mind, the way I heard it was that they were going to engage, right, and start asking those questions. I do agree that we are asking a lot, and I mean this goes across all things that we do of our community, to show up and donate their time, to show up and be part of these long 11 o'clock meetings. And I guess when we ask for input or a skill set or a perspective, I think we do have a future agenda item to discuss how we compensate people for volunteering. And I think we probably could talk about that then, whether it's a stipend or a donation to the organization. I think that would help encourage organizations to continue to pretty much do free work. The creek comes to mind. There's a lot of work and volunteerism that goes there. And it's an investment that pays dividends, right? That if donuts are provided or coffee's provided, I mean, it just goes a long way, I think, with a lot of our nonprofits. In this motion, I think the framework, to me, I see it being two council members, then coming up with that team of what that looks like. We mentioned the consultant, which would probably have to get ironed out. We mentioned reaching out to the artisans and the Pinole artisans. I think that let's let this team kind of coalesce, and then we've already had some great ideas like doing a contest or having some type of engagement where we use balancing act. So I think what we should do is formulate this committee and then let that committee work with staff to kind of flesh out what they envision this to be. Okay. That's what I understood the motion being. But
okay. Yeah. And Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
Yeah, just a couple things that I'd be interested in having it just streamlined to only what we have in the scope right now, which is the seal. If additional logos happen later, I think that's fine, especially since we have a different consultant on board to do that piece of it. The other thing is we currently have a communication, public engagement subcommittee. Technology. Is that an appropriate committee to take this on? Or do we need to create a different subcommittee? Just kind of
if they're
for an opinion.
Well, we have a composition of that committee, so there's 2 council members there, but this is an ad hoc, so we don't know the composition of this. So
okay,
I wouldn't be able. I don't know if that question you made that context. I don't know if that question was to me.
Well, I think you're one of the people on it, and I'm just wondering if that's if you think that that's an appropriate committee to take this on or if we need to.
I offered that, but I do, because we don't have a composition for the ad hoc, perhaps there are other ideas that folks have around who could be members of this. I mean, are we thinking 2 students from Pinole Valley High School, the future? I mean,
I get
right,
it.
we're, the current composition of our communications and technology committee is also approved at a council meeting. So
Got it.
this would be a different space and perhaps
Okay.
a different scope and composition. So I did offer that, but I also understand the need for a different space and obviously we have public members of the public, both online and in person, who are really engaged in this. So there may be a need for a specific new city logo and seal concept committee.
Can I also add, I did think about that. I thought, well, maybe we can, but this effort, I mean, 60 years, I think we should have just the conversation centered around the logo and not so much, 5 other agenda items for technology upgrades or anything
Okay.
else. I think it's a good idea, and it's kind of why I seconded is that I think this could be one of those galvanizing events for the community to really center around. And similar to someone mentioned the Oakland tree, that's everywhere.
Mhm.
They got stickers and bumper stickers of that, of t-shirts. I mean, I think that if we put the effort into this emblem or the seal might kind of have that same effect where people recognize it, the branding process. I think that if it came to communication technology, it would be an agenda item along with everything else, which I think we should really focus on.
And then I just wanted to clarify that does your motion still involve the seal plus these other items, or is that something that would be modified?
It would include both. It would include both the corporate seal and the economic development specifically.
Okay. Okay. I was just gonna say, that gets complicated since there's 2 different consultants dealing with those items. So I would suggest, I'm not the seconder, but I would suggest that you just have it, the seal only.
Or we could break them up, right? We could say, okay, we're only gonna focus on the seal and its development.
Mhm.
Break point, seal and development's done, enter in contract 2 and work on the economic development. I think that might help streamline this. We're not back at
Right.
council trying
But
to,
recognize it's 2 different consulting firms.
right, and I
I
think
think-
city manager staff.
So I just want to be conscious of time,
Oh.
team, and I appreciate the conversation. I think that space, as long as we have the motion, I think the staff are going to manage the scope of works the way they do. So if there are challenges, perhaps bringing those amendments back to the council if we need to expand, but it does sound like we have a motion in a second. If there's no other questions about the motion, I think we should go to a vote. Is that okay? Yeah, we can.
Please repeat the motion. Thank
absolutely.
you. And Mayor, I've taken a stab because I think it was restated a couple of times. I want to make sure that I'm capturing
Thank you,
everything.
City Clerk Bell.
Sure. So the motion that I heard was to form an ad hoc committee of 2 council members to guide city consultants on the work to update the city seal and logo, develop an economic development logo, branding and style guide. The work should include public engagement, seeking input from Karina Gold and Pinole artisans. Does that capture Councilmember Sasai, your intent?
Yes, it does.
Great.
Thank
Can I
you.
capture Councilmember Tave too?
Yes.
Second, as a second. All right.
If I may, the way we've handled the creation of a new ad hoc committee was that actually came back as a follow-up agenda item. So the motion would be direction to staff to come back with a future agenda item to actually establish the committee, because the establishment of the committee is not an agendized item for discussion tonight. That's what we did for the communication and technology, which is fine. I mean, we can take all of the information about the composition and mission and tasks of the committee and just come back with an item that the city council can approve. At that point, you can specify what the membership is and scope and other things like that.
We can do that. I do think, and perhaps just to clarify, City Attorney Casher, are we able to make a motion, at least this motion on this item? If it's not,
Yes, we can.
okay. And then what I'm hearing from the city manager is that the appointment of committee members would be at a future meeting. Is that what you're suggesting? Just to be clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So the process, okay. Is it possible that we can appoint those people tonight as well. So I know we've done that in the past. My understanding is the reason we've done that in the past is to create the scope and understanding of what a committee would be. And then we have done both of those things and then pointed out the people of the committee or appointed the people of the committee. Is it possible tonight, if there are some interest from council members at this point, to be a part of the committee, that we also appoint those members, city attorney?
Yeah, so we are discussing this particular, just the city logo broadly. If the motion is to form an ad hoc subcommittee, it's informal, you know, so if the council would like to just identify the two council members that would be on the ad hoc subcommittee and then direct the subcommittee to, you know, fill in and kind of come up with the composition for the committee, that would be appropriate. If there needs to be a further discussion of, you know, the qualifications, who needs to be included, I think that's a broader, different discussion of the actual subcommittee. So if it's just a direction to form a subcommittee and then you appoint the two council members and let them kind of direct the work, I think that's appropriate, but a broader discussion, I think, would need to come back.
Okay, would it be best to have the two council members in the motion as well? City Attorney Casher or City Clerk Bell?
Yes, I think that'd be best.
Okay, so is
Oh,
it,
I would suggest we could take this motion to create with all of these elements and then do a separate motion for the
Wonderful.
nomination process.
okay, wonderful. So there's a motion and a second on the table. If all are fine, we'll go to the city clerk for the roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tate.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, and then with to the city manager's suggestion or to the city clerk's suggestion, let's explore options on who wants to be on the committee.
I'll say this, I can offer like no help on, I mean, I can, but I mean, just when you said nourishment, I think from the community, I was like, wow, that's, or, you know, when, right, I was like, wow, I would have, you know what I mean? And then it just rang true. And then when I saw the bullet point that Kevin put up there about like, every time I get off that freeway, I do feel like that. Like I slid into home base and it's like, oh my God, I made it. Right. So I do feel kind of like that oasis type feeling when we get back to Pinole. So I wouldn't even know how to articulate, you know.
No pressure. I just was looking both.
Yeah,
ways.
no,
So,
you look straight at
no,
me.
if I did not. I was looking both ways. What I'll say is I'll voluntarily say that Councilor Sasai, you've made the motion. I think we have a tradition of when you volunteer, you raise. No, we don't have a tradition. But what I'll say is perhaps you want to, and I would say Councilor Martinez Rubin, you have expressed interest in. the
If I get
background
to,
history
if I get to
and-
work with Kevin, yes.
Okay. Well, great. Do we have two volunteers? Oh, wonderful. Okay, great. So I will move to appoint council members Sasai as well as Martinez Rubin to the ad hoc committee on our new logo concepts and to the previous motion.
I'll second that.
All right. Any questions?
So that's an informal and then it'll come back, right? For the next.
I would just say City Manager Murray was right. We've done it in both ways where sometimes if staff needs to work out more, if it's a committee we've never done before, like the technology committee, we did some work, we brought it back. So we had a really strong recommendation. It looks like the scope is pretty well defined, so it should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right, City Clerk Bell, call the roll, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Great. Any other motions on item 12A? Not seeing any. Just want to reiterate, this is the beginning of a wonderful and beautiful process. Thank you again, Ms. Epps, for your presentation. Thank you, Trepepi team, for your presentation as well. And we look forward to, this renewed vision of Pinole. And yes, this is wonderful. Thank you. And thank you also to the public, members of the public, for your comments always. The next item is 12B. That gives us 10 minutes on 12B. I want to, yes, Councilor Martinez Rubin.
I'd like to move to give full attention to the next item if we can defer it to the next meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a second. Any questions? comments?
How's that?
All
How's
right, City
everybody?
Clerk Bell, call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Taves,
Yes.
Desai, Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Toms, Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, that brings us, any other items? Well, we already moved it, so we'll go on to item 13, which is our second citizens to be heard. Are there any public comments are there any public comments?
Let me just check online. It looks like there are no public
No
comments.
public comments.
Thank you.
Was that affirmation there? No public comments?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, thank you. That means we will now adjourn our meeting, and I adjourn the meeting to the special joint meeting of the City Council and the Planning Commission on March 28th in remembrance of Amber Swartz. Good evening, everyone. See you next week.